Welcome everyone to the Town of Scarborough Wednesday, June 26, 2024 workshop. This workshop is regarding short-term rentals. Just going to call this meeting to order. And then we're going to jump right into discussion. If we can do a quick introduction though, start this way, just let everyone know who you are.
Sure. John Brennan, Deputy Fire Chief. Fire Chief.
I'm Spear, Planning Director.
Thank you very much. Nice to have you here. All right, so kicking it off, I believe, Autumn, are you doing the
Yes,
primer for us?
I am. So thank you. We're going to talk about short-term rentals. This workshop is really going to be a repeat for some of you and then a refresher for others and new for some. So basically, this is a recap of where this discussion has been. We started talking about this last year, almost this time. And so we sort of talked about the idea of having this short-term rental ordinance, and then we took it to ordinance committee, looked at what our neighbors have, what's going on around us. There was a council corner live in November. We had really good feedback and lots of folks showed up for that. Generally, the idea of an ordinance was, I believe, well received as long as we were not limiting or putting caps, if you will, on the number. And now we're here for this workshop for the next steps. And I will say that one reason I think this is a great time, and I'll talk about this a bit, we have new code software that we just got kicked off on the implementation of. And so the plan is to go live January 1st. And so this is really an ideal time and situation. If we decide to move forward with this ordinance, we can have this in place with that new code software. So it would be implemented really nicely. I'm just going to go over this really fast. Essentially, short-term rentals, what they are, why people regulate them, why communities regulate them, some pros and cons, and then some next steps that we see that are before you. Short-term rentals are generally less than 30 days. Some communities do a little 28 days, some communities do 45 days, but generally speaking, a short-term rental is less than 30 days. This keeps you out of that winter rental idea. And so we're just talking about those that come through. There's different categories. So you can have a hosted rental, and that's when you actually are in the home and you're renting a room or a different portion of it. Unhosted means you might have your whole home for rent. So there's a couple of different options. These do not include hotels, bed and breakfast, or recreational lodging facilities. Typically, communities want to talk about what their goal is, and I think that's good for all ordinances. What are you trying to achieve? We heard some issues last year that came up with some neighbor complaints and some concerns for short-term rentals, maybe that didn't seem appropriate in the neighborhood when we were really challenged because we don't know where they are or what's going on, and not regulating them or not at least having this registration process didn't allow us to cross-reference calls to dispatch or things like that to really figure out what was happening. Also, it increases tourism. It's something, this is definitely a coastal community, so it's definitely something that pays the taxes for many folks. So there's some goals of having that to make sure that that continues. Safety and inspections, and that's why fire chief and deputy fire chief are really here. That's really part of making sure that people are renting spaces that are appropriate for rental and making sure that the right safety mechanisms are in place. So there's two different types, registration, and that is an annual registration. Most of the communities do that. And then there's what I would call a license. And the license is really where communities limit the number. And so maybe they have 350 every year, and it's a lottery system, or the first gets first dibs on those types. So what we would probably propose is a registration where there's no limit. This is just a quick, I'm sure you all saw this before. It's just an overview of all the things you really need to think about with this. Need to make sure that we consider trash service, noise, good neighbor, insurance. Those are all the things that staff has been talking about over the past year to really make sure that any ordinance that we create, for one, we have the right requirements in place, and then we have the enforcement capabilities in place so we can make sure that the right things are done. It's going to involve the clerk's office, assessing, public safety, code enforcement, GIS, my office, and maybe some others. So this is cost and benefits. So the implementation obviously is going to be some costs, but since last year, I think we've taken care of that. So we have an idea of how we can do that. The initial inspections and registration, of course, is going to be some costs from a staffing level and a time. We think that we've figured out some ways that we can achieve that, maybe with some time limits. And then the ongoing tracking, again, I'm really excited about this software, so I think it's gonna be much easier to do that. And then what type of inspections we want moving forward, annual, every 3 years, those are some things to think about. And then the fees, and then of course, neighborhood protections. So this is just a recap on what we have now. So this always comes up. We have good allowances for accessory dwelling units, but you technically cannot do short-term rentals in your accessory dwelling units. So we have prohibitions on that. You can do 3 months, but it has to be longer than 28 days. So we're not proposing any change to that. That would still remain. Bed and breakfast, those are allowed in some districts, and that is a little bit different. It's based on rooms, and then a lodging house and hotel and motel. So those are the things that we have on the books today. So we looked at several communities around us, and this, the green is sort of just to let you know which communities did what. So who can rent? No one really cared. A corporation can own it or an individual can own it. That wasn't a concern. The time frame, some places had minimum nights required. Some really got in the weeds with if you do 2 days here and 4 days here. But generally speaking, the 28 to 30 days was the upper limit. I think the simpler, the better, if we do go with the registration ordinance. Excuse me. When and where and when. Most communities were townwide. Some communities like Bar Harbor and Cape Elizabeth do have specific zoning districts that they allow them in. And then of course, this idea of a cap, some communities did that. And most did not. And then there was a prohibition across the board that you couldn't do tents and recreational vehicles. Those couldn't be short-term rentals. So that idea of glamping in the backyard in a tent would not be allowed in any of these other communities. So inspections required. Some places, a couple didn't have inspection process. We really think that an inspection would be important. I think we started out like, oh, maybe we'll keep it simple. And then the more we've thought about it, I think that we've really gotten to a point where we need to do that initial inspection. Some communities do it they do the initial and then every 3 years or every 5 years. So we could definitely look at that, or even when ownership changes. So your fees, they range as well. Typically $50 to $500. So this just gives you an idea where we would lie in comparison to the communities around us. And then violations are typically $100 all the way up to $1,500. Administration, this is just who administers it within communities. So usually find that the town clerk's office and the code enforcement division typically are administering them. I think with our software implementation, it would probably still lie in the town clerk's office and then go through a review process. They're part of the software implementation that we're ongoing with. And staff recommendations. After talking about it and thinking about it, we really think that we should do the annual registration process with an initial inspection. We think to allow for some staff flexibility to make sure that those are done. We could allow a 6 to 12 month time period to get that done. So you could come in and register. Actually, you'd register online and then we would get you in a queue to get that initial inspection. There is an opportunity to allow for a self-inspection to begin with, to make sure that you have gone through this checklist. So we'd probably want to put that in place. Generally allow where residential uses are permitted. I say generally because I do want to have the conversation to make sure you want to allow it everywhere in your RF, R2, R3, R4, town and village center, all the places. So that's just a decision point, I think, for you all. And then I would definitely recommend defining short-term as under 30 days. So we're not getting into the rental registration business or the winter rental issue. And then ongoing inspections, as I mentioned, maybe planning for every 3 to 5 years or when the property changes hands. And then just proposing an annual fee of $100 to $200. So that's where we are in the process. I think if you all, part of this workshop is really to find where you want to go with this and then to guide us. If you want us to draft an ordinance or you want to talk about it next summer, you want to think about it some more, that's fine too. Karen Martin has reached out and has offered to facilitate we have several management companies in town and we could communicate with them to make sure that to use their professional input for ordinance drafting. A lot of those folks came to that Council Corner Live, so it'd be some of those same people. And then we could put together an implementation plan and then public outreach and go live January 1 with our software. So that would be the quick and easy way to do it, but that's really all I have. So.
Thank you, Autumn. A good summarization. I did attend that Council Corner Live back in November and it was very well attended and we had a lot of great feedback. And for those that missed it, I think the overwhelming feedback was most people came around to the idea that registration seemed to make sense at this stage. I think anything beyond a typical registration, I think not just from the people who were listening to, but I think also from the counselor side, from what I've heard already, seems to be like, let's get our arms around what's going on in town before we decide to even think about doing something more than registration. So just to kind of set that table for anyone at home or anyone here that missed those Council Corner Live sessions. Does anyone have questions either for the chief, the deputy, or Autumn on this? Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, mine's more a comment. I think this is a great step. My concern with a lot of these short-term rentals is they don't meet code, some of them, potentially. And so is this life safety issue there. So I definitely, support this registration and having, the code. And I would like to see, every like 3 to 5 years. I think that makes sense because I don't want to be burdening, code or fire department or anything with these. I mean, I know I've said before, I have concerns about allowing short-term rentals anywhere in town if it's going to be truly short-term, like 1 night, 2 night, 3 nights. I'd like to see a floor, at least in some residential areas where you can do them, but you can't do it for less than 5 days maybe, or 3 days, whatever. But I just don't want to see that churning because that's where you get, in my experience, all the partying and the noise and whatever issues. So that's just one thing I'd like to see looked at, not necessarily in this first step. We at least need to identify where they are, but I do want to let folks know because I know there's concern out there with some of these neighborhoods. Because I know there are houses out there now that, like in Pleasant Hill, whole houses that are rented out as short-term rentals. And it's a concern. So, and my last thing is, I really, on the other side of that, you have these traditional rental areas in town, i.e. the beaches, Higgins Beach, Pine Point, where, is that treated differently? So that's just where my thoughts are right now.
Sure. Go ahead.
Question, Autumn, did I hear you say that in your thinking that ADUs wouldn't be covered by this, that?
Right, I was thinking we wouldn't change the ADU requirements that prohibit the short-term rentals. Now, if you want to, that would be a different conversation, but.
Could you explain why?
Well, I don't think it's a big concern. So ADUs are supposed to be for housing. They are supposed to provide for alternative housing for families or for children. an elderly relative, that sort of thing. And if we allowed everyone in town can have an ADU that has a single family home. That's
Right.
That's allowed. But if everyone in town could suddenly have an ADU and now rent it out as a short-term rental, we've lost the option for ADUs to really be there for housing options. So we've taken that away.
So I think about the little garage that I have on the back of my property and just down the street from Black Point. And what I take you to say is that we have sort of a government policy around housing, and that will affect a lot of people who have these properties, they've built them for whatever reason, and sort of exclude them from a developing marketplace. So I just want to tell you, I have some concerns about that, not because I'm planning to run right down there and convert my little garage into an ADU, because I'm not sure I want people in my backyard.
Sure.
But I use that as an example. I guess my second, I'm reminded of when I was growing up, my dad used to take us after church to Christie's Variety. I'd get a Mounds bar, and then we'd go home and read the funnies. And in the Boston Globe, there was a comic strip called There Ought to Be a Law. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember that. And that was the basic solution to every problem that the individual in the comic strip encountered. And while I understand that there are people who abuse the privileges that we have in this town, they disrespect their neighbors and so forth, it strikes me that we would be, when you talk about the registration, that we would be better off to get a sense to say, here's a minimal fee, here's an easy registration. And the assumption is that you're going to be to code, that you're going to have insurance, that you're going to do all of those things. And until we know otherwise, will be sufficient to understand what the problem is. So I'm just really concerned about the tendency to overregulate. And when we talk about some neighborhoods and not other neighborhoods and so forth, I don't understand how we can sit up here and make those judgments. I think it's probably reasonable to make some limitations on how many guests and maybe some of those things, but I just want to help you to understand whether or not my colleagues agree with me. I don't know, but you said your goal was to try to understand what the temperament here is. And it makes me nervous when I see my colleague, Mr. Hamill, smiling in response to anything I say, but I just wanted you to be clear on where I stood.
Councilor Cushing.
Can I just,
Sure.
so the accessory dwelling unit, the ordinances in place now has been in place since the inception of the accessory dwelling unit. And I will say that we're a bit ahead as a community by even allowing accessory dwelling units. And I think wasn't here at that creation, but I think part of that was to make sure that we really provided that for the appropriate. Now, I could still rent your garage for 29 days. So I can have a long-term stay, but it's not, that's what the ordinance says now. So it is, I think, two different things. The short-term rental, we originally, and to your point too, we originally thought maybe a registration process may be appropriate, but we were really concerned with the liability and the assumption that we have done something for that $50 to $100 registration process. We haven't made sure that you are up to code, or that you have fire alarms and fire smoke detectors and you have egress, those sorts of things. So we didn't really think that that would be appropriate to require it with no inspection. And so that's where we've come to with that.
I get
Counselor.
it.
Yep.
My sister Mary's coming to stay with me for a week. I think she'll be safe, but
She's safe.
should I ask for an inspection? I mean, I think what I'm saying here, you understand what I'm saying is who are we protecting and why? And if the rationale is, well, we have to do something for the fee, I would argue that the most beneficial thing you could do for the fee is nothing. Okay, most people would be quite happy with that and say, I get it, you're going to register, we're studying the problem, that's fine, with the message being that, hey, if we don't need to do anything else but keep an eye on this, that would be great. People are, what do we call it, self-governing. So.
Counselor Shoup.
Thank you. So I do not think accessory dwelling units should be part of short-term rentals at all. I think that is opening a huge door of liability, and suddenly every property in Scarborough is renting it out. That is just my personal opinion. I think for perspective, I come from, like, I remember Old Orchard. I mean, in Old Orchard, you have to every year get a business license and an inspection every year. So I think it's good to recognize that our neighbors are actually doing something even 10 times more invasive and expensive and things like that. So I think when we look at a community like that, I think I would like to lean more towards imposing a fee that actually compensates the town for their time and effort. When part of your presentation was up to 5 different departments are going to be involved in this process, that's a lot of people and that's a lot of time. And I really want to make sure that the town is compensated for that. I think it would be important to have inspections, like Jean Marie said, like every 3 to 5 years. I think an initial inspection is obviously very important, but I think it's unreasonable to try to get out there every year. I mean, that's how Old Orchard makes their money. I get that's part of the reason they do that. And I think, again, with Jean Marie, I think I do have concerns about at least setting a bottom, like where we're not having a, every weekend turnover, every 2 days sort of situation, because that is what I think when you run into problems, because people just don't care because they're leaving. And so then I think I did watch the council corner live. I think the only question I had in regards to that was who was actually in attendance, because the feedback and the conversation seemed like it was generally people who rent properties. And I don't know if they were residents, people who live here year round, who've been renting for a really long time, if they're new to this, if they just showed up because they just bought a house. And I think, so that's where I hear the feedback that they're giving, but I'm not sure who it's coming from.
Yeah, I would say just in response to that, Counselor Shoup, that there were a couple of adjacent homeowners available, so. There, I would say too, that the large majority of the people that were invested in that Council Corner Live session, of course, were either management companies representing clients that were their rentals. But there were some homeowners there. I'm just regular homeowners or adjacent neighbors.
Yep.
And just in full disclosure, some people here are probably wondering, I do own a property management company. We do not engage in any short-term rentals. So just to get that out there. I had a couple of questions / thoughts. One of them was, would it be advantageous to align with the ADU? I know we're saying, less than 30 days here for our purposes in a short-term rental and then 28 days on an ADU.
Sure,
Would it be easier just to align those two numbers one way or the other?
definitely.
Okay. And then corporate rentals. My going thought on corporate rentals is, and this is, my primary business is condominiums. And this is one thing that will come up, which is a corporate rental, let's just call it, large corporation, America, comes in and says, I've got staff and personnel that I got to fly through the Portland Jetport every week. And so I'm going to sign a lease with you for 1 year for your condo. But what I got is a different set of people running through the condo every week, every weekend. Is that, and that, so I would say would be my cautionary tale to excluding corporate rentals from this ordinance. So I think because the actual corporation owns a 1 year rental agreement, the people that they're cycling through there are not the same people every weekend. So I would just say corporate rentals are one of the things we should be considering being included in a short-term rental ordinance. That makes sense.
Oh, and maybe I misspoke because they wouldn't be excluded. It was just that most communities didn't
Okay.
separate them.
All right.
They would
As long
still
as
be.
we were dealing with that,
Yes,
I
yeah.
wanted to make sure that we weren't going to miss that segment either. And then we had Councilor Anderson, he left an email. He couldn't be here for this. So he wanted to know, generally speaking, about enforcement mechanisms. So let's just say we do have a problem.
Mhm.
Are we going to tie back any proposed ordinance to the good neighbor ordinance? are we gonna put a limitation? Like if you get 5 complaints from a single property, is that when the license or the registration becomes in jeopardy? Like, is there going to be a mechanism in place where we have a problematic property? And how do we deal with it? And, and a little bit of background to, one of the other issues that we had, and it came up during the Council Corner Live, was that there was some trouble with some, overnight tenants, but
Mhm.
nobody could locate the homeowner, couldn't locate the homeowner, didn't know how to contact the homeowner. We had nothing here on file, which is kind of what really motivated some of this conversation. So just even having that information and emergency contact information or a property management company on file would certainly help alleviate some of the neighborhood complaints that you're receiving, or you have somebody to call to and talk to. So, and then, I'm just gonna quickly read the last part of his email here. The only missing policy objective is how do we protect the rights and quality of life of existing permanent residents when there are issues when the tenant's using short-term rentals to an enforcement mechanism. So he didn't like the word generally, was what the other generally residential areas. I think he's a little worried about that, how open the term is. So I don't know how this council feels about defining areas, but I mean, I think we all acknowledge the beach community, survives off of short-term rentals. I mean, there's no question and doubt. However, if you kind of live in the Oak Hill area and you have a nice quiet neighborhood and next thing you know, it's turning into a short-term rental situation. It's not what you bought in for. It's not what you moved for. I'm not sure if the zoning even ever considered that type of use for some of those zones. So just food for thought.
Yeah, and that one's a little bit interesting because we have similar zoning throughout. So we have some RF beach community and R2 here, and
Right.
we couldn't just do it clean. We would have to do it by area if we wanted to limit.
By
and
zone by
li-
zone in the definitions maybe.
Right.
Or allowed uses. So,
And that would be, something I'd be looking to you all to, and that was my, generally was just my word to
Sure,
say,
okay.
okay, what is your thought about this? Is it okay everywhere, or do you want to put some limitations on it?
Question. And then, go ahead, Councilman.
No. Oh, wait till you're finished.
No, I dropped that right out of my head as I was pointing to you. So we're all set.
Actually, first respond to Councilor Cushing's concern about him smiling. I heard my father-in-law's voice when they're talking about there ought to be a law. That was distinctly, New England cartoon. It wasn't in my paper, State York, but that's what I was smiling about. But generally, I kind of agree with his approach of the laissez-faire to the market. I think that's in general, I'm in favor of that. However, there really is a need to regulate. In Pine Point, you have all kinds of varieties of things, VRBO rentals next door to ADUs, and it just goes on and on. And frankly, we've been seeing more what I'll call Old Orchard Beach type zoning, where you have a very, a much higher height you can build to, partly because of the sea level rise issues, but then you have, rooftop areas that are, ideal for parties. And, you just have all kinds of you have people that are summer residents who actually have an entity that they use to manage other apartments on the property. So there's definitely a need for some kind of baseline regulation. I am a little concerned. I had heard some rumblings about there actually being potential of a state statute developing where we had to like hold ADUs to give priority to new arrivals. So that kind of thing, I would like to learn more about and keep an eye on that. So it doesn't just, all of a sudden we realize you got an ADU, but you don't have first dibs on it. Someone else does. So the final thing I would say, and you're going to respond to that, I know, because you're the legislative person. But the other thing I want to say is that there are different neighborhoods, in the beach areas. So I know I remember the Council Corner Live session. I sat in on that, and I recall it was a big contingent of people who I think were from Higgins Beach who, come back year after year, but then also rented out those properties, to help pay for them for their vacations. So, I think we need to have some flexibility, but there was also a town recently, it may have been Kennebunk, that's decided to take a completely hands-off approach and just go, wade into those waters very slowly. So, but I think that there's an immediate need, and I think we need to put some markers down and begin. I had one or two other quick questions that had to do with code enforcement. I want to make sure Jean Maria has a chance to ask her question or to clarify my statement.
Yes, I'd like to clarify your statement. I am not aware of any, and how'd you put it, that AUDs have to go to new
ADUs.
Americans first?
No, I mean, that there would
ADUs,
be
excuse me.
potentially some state statute that would require us to reserve those ADUs for, for others. Okay, that would be some sort of state statute that would say you can't, use them for your own use, or before you decide to rent them, that there may be some, I notice, Autumn is nodding when I'm saying.
Oh, no, I was just.
Smiling.
No, I'm not aware of that
Yeah.
at all. I don't know where
I'll
you're
get you the
hearing
site.
this.
I'm still in Maine, right?
There's,
I'd be, you gotta be where, that we do have discrimination, anti-discrimination laws in the state.
thanks for that. Thank you.
Councilor Hamel, you had two more?
There was two things. One was you refer to code software. Is this a planning code software, or is this the so-called tracking pilot that we had?
No, it's planning and code software, but through the assistance with IT and our research into all the different vendors, we chose a vendor that we could also incorporate licensing. And so we could incorporate all the things that the town clerk does, and we could even incorporate some engineering. And so we're really excited about it.
Great, thank you.
I would also add that I did have a conversation with code enforcement officer, or zoning administrator, Brian Longstaff, about this, generally in passing, and it wasn't in depth, but it was in passing. And what he said was, what would be really helpful is if you had some definition about what should be allowed in there. Because I guess what they see now, and I think you've approached it in some of your workshop materials, but what you will see is that there's different standards being applied, like no toilet. Like, can you rent out a room with no, to somebody with no toilet? Where do they go into the bathroom? No smoke detector? Is that okay? It's things like that he said would be helpful. So I think codifying what it is we expect for rentals as we ask for the registration fee would be incredibly helpful, not just to the administration of the policy, but also to make sure that people aren't renting tents in backyards.
Right.
Right, so. Fire safety, yeah.
If I may.
Yes, absolutely.
If you recall at the Council Corner Live, one of the majority of the people that spoke that were renters mentioned that they would accept inspections, and it would help with their, potentially help with their insurance companies to make sure they're doing the right things. I think the majority of the people that are doing it really want to do the right thing and have a successful business or use it as a successful revenue stream. We're super excited that you brought us in early on, because it gives us the opportunity to build a relationship with a part of the community that we really don't get involved with. Safety is certainly a number one thing for us. There's countless stories across the country of rentals and short-term rentals that have gone wrong for, over capacity, different things like that. So, dipping our toe in the water with a registration, I think, is the right thing. I heard the word enforcement go out there. There are some things I think that we can enforce. Others might be a little bit more difficult without a license structure, but I think if we dip our toe in the water with that registration, we're allowed to build that relationship, educate the public that are doing it. And I did think we got a pretty good response from the public that night, that they would not oppose an inspection. And I did want to comment about the 6 to 12 month life safety inspection. We put that in there simply because if we adopt this and you say, okay, go, and you get 300 applicants, it's going to take us a little while to catch everybody, and we know that. And so
I will say, right before the meeting, I just went to Airbnb and put in Scarborough, and 1,000 listings popped up.
Wow.
and that's the other thing, they're doing it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilor Shu.
Sort of a technical question, but I know that you said that you got licensing software, and I know that we're talking about regulating, and I don't think it's appropriate to try to start separating this out by neighborhood or areas, because I think it's trouble, but I think it's important to keep tabs on what is happening and if we're getting complaints and things like that. And I know you and I had a conversation before about when we have licenses come up every year, there seems to be a disconnect between good neighbor complaints coming in and those licenses coming before us. And that, like, it was discouraging to hear, like, after something went through, that there was like all these good neighbor complaints. So I don't know if the software has that capacity to correlate. So every time someone calls and complains about a rent or a property that is possibly rental, it then is like all together.
That's the idea,
Okay.
right? That we would
Right.
be able to track those and, yeah.
Because I think, again, when we talk about, I know the issue in Pleasant Hill, I think that would be, oh, you're gone. You know, like you, like if they're getting complaints from a quiet neighborhood like that, I feel like that would immediately be an issue. And then if it's licensed, they would possibly lose their license. So that was just a question. Thank you.
One question really to Chairman McGee's line of questioning. So one approach may be for the ordinance to articulate what parts and pieces we look for that would qualify it as a unit that could be advertised and used as a short-term rental. Absent that, what would you be looking for by way of inspection? Do you have, what's the fallback? Is it the life safety code?
Safety code, we'd be looking at smoke detectors, egress, when, you know, we certainly don't want people stuffed in a basement that have just a Bilco style door, a window, small window, casement window that they, those type, egress is a big piece and usually capacity.
So.
Yeah, water,
Wouldn't
electricity,
necessarily need kitchen, necessarily.
could be a shared,
Yeah,
that wouldn't
shared.
fall under life safety, whether it had a kitchen,
I guess the real question is, if we choose not to articulate in the ordinance what all those.
but it
things are,
qualifies.
Do you have something to fall back to kind of inspect from?
Yeah, the life safety code, we have life safety code.
And then the follow-up question is the intention that the registration fee would cover. The registration fee would cover the inspection expense as well?
That's where, yeah, I think we're gonna have to be in a learning phase to figure out what that
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
cost is initially. And determine what that cost is gonna be permanently eventually.
In follow-up to your inquiry, there are some state level rules, specifically after Farmington, that were put in place by Governor Mills in reference to combustible gas detection, carbon monoxide monitoring, and smoke alarms, that if it's a single family home versus if it's a single family home that you're renting, there are certain regulations that have to be, or certain safety measures that have to be in place if you're gonna rent your unit or your home.
Mhm.
And so those are certainly enforceable. There are documents out there that have come from Augusta that we have to
It would
enforce.
strike me at the very least, the ordinance ought to at least reference the codes which you're gonna be holding them to.
I think part of this too might be educational, right? For,
So and that's a lot of what happens in my office that I try to do. Yeah, there's a code and ordinances that we oversee and enforce, but really it's an education. And I think a lot of times if you provide the education to them as to why it's a code or an ordinance, a lot of times the correction just falls in because then they understand why they're being asked to do something. If you just tell them, you know, you're an apartment building, you need 17 fire doors at the cost of $400 or $500 a door, that's a big item. But if you explain to them why the fire door is important. So for instance, with this stuff, if as the building owner or the homeowner, if they are understanding that these are some of the safety measures they have to have in place, if they're gonna leave and rent their home out, there's still some responsibility to the owner. Their insurance company is still on the hook for some of that. My previous employment in the city of Portland, one of the major things we dealt with, and I know we deal with a little bit here, is open burning. So you rent your home out, it's still the owner's responsibility for that fire. So you rent it out, I think, you know, the scenario of a 3-day rental to, you know, 5 college kids, they have an outside fire that does spread. That homeowner who may be at a different home or on vacation and decided to make some money while they're gone, they're still sharing that liability. Sure, the person that, you know, ignited the fire and maybe took the permit out or didn't take it out is also responsible. The homeowner's insurance is going to be involved. So there's a lot of responsibility. One of the items that Autumn and I talked about is, you know, do they provide some documentation from their insurance company that they're aware they're going to be renting their home to potentially a non-family member for a period of time? You know, and I think that's a lot of the items that we still need to look at. I think the unruly house thing is something certainly that could come into play, or the disorderly home. And how would that be policed with our police department if it's, you know, every weekend you're having a party next to someone who's not renting out their home, but now you have this house that it could be termed a party house because it's, you know, in an area that's going to attract that type of clientele, I guess. So these are all things that I think we would probably have to look at. And I'm sure this is something that when we put in place, we'd have to continually to reevaluate to make sure that we're doing the right thing for all the residents of the town and certainly by the people that are trying to participate in the program. But I think to do a registration without sight unseen, for me, it doesn't give me a warm feeling about that. I really think it opens the town up to potential some liability that, hey, here's your certification or here's your approval from the town to do this. And we don't know where you're renting, where are these people staying? So I think that's something that we really want to take a strong look at.
Council Cushion.
to you, Autumn. Did I hear you say that you checked online and there were like a couple thousand?
On Airbnb, just before the meeting, when I just typed in Scarborough 1,000 and came up with 1,000. Now, some of those could be duplicates or different, cottages, but a lot came up.
Let's just assume it's half that.
Mhm.
So what I'm understanding is that, are those lawbreakers, those folks, because we don't, or is it right now, do whatever you want?
Right now, it's unregulated, yes.
So it's unregulated right now. So those are all legal use of their property. And yes, no?
Presumably.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I mean-
well, presumably because, why? That's, I mean,
Presuming that they're not renting out an accessory dwelling unit, so something that's permitted as an
Okay.
accessory dwelling unit, permitted, presuming they are actually in an area that allows residential use, just a few things, but
just those kinds of things. So there could be some lawbreakers among them, but we don't know. And they could be violating life safety codes,
sure.
and we don't know. And I guess one of the reasons we don't know is because we haven't had any problems, possibly. Is that?
No, I would say that we have had a lot of people reach out and complaints, and we have had some problems. And I understand where you're coming from. It's terrible to have to regulate to the lowest common denominator, but that's sort of where we feel like we have come to. I feel like my office has to do that quite often. 95% of the people do exactly what is expected, but 5% either choose to completely ignore or just have no earthly idea that they're not supposed to do things that can have a negative impact on their neighbors who are trusting the town to make sure that they have a positive experience. And so, yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, and my next question relates not to you. I'll go to these guys since they're here. So will you be back at some point in time in the budget season saying we need more help because we have to enforce these regulations? I guess what I'm saying is that.
Certainly possible.
Right, so
You
there-
want to come forward and say we did this before we even know what the program, what the
Sure,
impact of that program
But
is.
there is a potential personnel cost on both sides to implementing this that we're not aware of. So it would seem to me that because we're not allowed to tax these rentals or any of that sort of stuff. If I'm not mistaken, the only mechanism we have is fees, right? And so I'm just going to guess that I'm probably going to be outvoted on this, so I'm going to assume that we'll end up with some kind of ordinance. But what it will need to do then is have some economic analysis that says that, this is how the people who are expected to comply are paying the bill. So it shouldn't be a burden for the rest of the taxpayers.
Certainly, that's our intention
that's
to
what
make
I'm saying.
sure. Yep.
Yes, Council Katarina.
Yeah, just sitting here listening and thinking, one of the things I definitely would like to see if we go to registration is that whoever's registering their unit shows proof of insurance. And that their homeowner's insurance knows that they're renting, because that's huge. A lot of people have no clue that if they are renting out and something happens in their house, guess what? The insurance company's gonna be too bad, so sad. So just.
And I think our intention with that registration as well, is that we're not just gonna tell them they need to register and you get an inspection.
Right.
At least my intent, and we've talked, Autumn and I have talked, that they'd be provided with some sort of a guide. Here are some of the things that we're gonna look at. Here are some of the common items that are found to be deficient in these Airbnb short-term rentals. So you can do that self-check prior to us getting there. It's not a shock that you may need smoke alarms, and where do you need them? What types of carbon monoxide? Does it have to be hardwired? And these are all the calls that we get into the office daily. So provide them with some sort of an educational document to say, this is what we're gonna look at. So that way there's no surprises when we arrive, and they can kind of do a self-inspection prior to. I think that would be important.
So I think one, I want to make sure that directionally Autumn feels like she's comfortable drafting a policy that reflects kind of the direction we'd like to take this. So before I have counselors weigh in on some of the broader concepts that will help guide that drafting, I'd like to see if the public wanted to speak for a few minutes before we got into that. I know there are a couple people here in the audience that if they wanted to just give us a couple thoughts that maybe we haven't thought of, didn't have an opportunity during Council Corner Live, but a little bit of feedback never hurts. So if you are here and you want to speak, except for Mr. Fay.
You still owe me 30 seconds from last time.
Okay, you get 2 minutes this time.
Jack Bay, 14 Mulberry Lane, here in Scarborough. We belong to a homeowners association. And I noticed in one of the presentations, it said residential with no caps. Does that refer to any, like, we have bylaws and covenants? If it says no rentals, does that mean we would be exempt from rentals?
If your HOA would prohibit you from doing rentals, the town's ordinance couldn't allow it, right? So your HOA is your defining.
Right, so we could put that in and it wouldn't be any kind of a problem at all, just no rentals, period.
Right.
That's it, thanks. You can have your minute and 30 seconds back. Oh, and one last thing. If your sister's coming in, you're gonna charge her?
Double.
Glad I'm not the only one that picked up on that. Mr. Pritchard, you can have Jack Fay's minute 30.
Jim Pritchard, Maple Avenue. Couple clarifications. This regulation, how does it affect the minor league team players? Does this prohibit them from renting a place for their season?
I think if we stuck with a 30-day, you would probably be okay. Right? You probably don't have much for players coming in for a 30-day span,
Okay.
less than, sorry.
The other concern I have is if we have to hire additional people to enforce this regulation, those that are renting the places out should pay the full cost. It should not come back on the taxpayers at all.
So, Autumn, do you think it'd be fair to say that you'd work with staff to figure out a general cost of administration on this? If it was a part-time employee, and then if you had 1,000 rentals in Scarborough, you divide the cost of that employee and the registration fee, and that's how the registration fee is derived.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard.
The other aspect of that is fees need to bear a rough resemblance to the amount of effort required. So we can't use fees, for instance, to be a so-called moneymaker for us. I think some communities may stretch that further, but the general rule of thumb, and that's fees of all sorts, that they need to bear really a direct resemblance to the amount of effort and the cost related there too, for us to manage it.
And we do think, the chief spoke to that, we would have a very succinct list of what's inspection, and we think that you all could share have some different staff trained. So it's not a 2-hour inspection. It's a pretty quick thing, especially considering that you're only looking at maybe 1 or 2 rooms possibly. And so we think we can get there unless we do have 1,000 or so.
Just for information purposes, there's 2 types of inspections that John's office, Deputy Chief Brennan's office does. Himself and the part-time inspector do a lot of the regulatory, the licensing, all that other stuff. That's stuff that takes a little specialty to it. And then we do company level inspections. The firefighters are on duty all day when they're not screaming around town. They go and do company level inspections at different businesses to gather information for the fire prevention office. And that in the initial stages, we would use a lot of the company level. They can go in and check and make sure a smoke detector's there, that the place has electricity, those types of things, in and out, 10, 15 minutes, they're done. So in the initial stages of that, that's what we proposed to Autumn, is we would try and see what the impact was and do it with the people that we currently have. So
We have one online. Liam, you driving or me? Awesome. Hey, is it Ralda?
Yes, thank
Hi,
you.
Ralda. Welcome.
I think I really appreciate the work that's been done. It's terrific. I think that, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, okay. I do want to say, in some cases I use Airbnb and it's a wonderful platform. And I regret that they're, in some cases really quite demonized. Everybody thinks that you say Airbnb and they know it's a bachelorette party. But I would like to point out I would suspect that the 1,000 Airbnb rentals in Scarborough, that's not every day. It may be that they rent for 2 months. It may be that they rent for a couple weeks in the summertime. It doesn't mean that this second there's 1,000 units available or 1,000 Airbnbs available in the town of Scarborough. So I think that's one thing. The other thing that I think is important to bring up is for 10 months or 9 months out of the year, Scarborough is not necessarily a place where people are really looking to have an outrageous bachelorette party. I mean, the people that I get are very family oriented. They'll come to see family in Portland. They come for an escape weekend from Boston, just a couple of people. But this is not, Austin, Texas is a bachelorette destination. I would say that you'd be really hard pressed to find Scarborough in November to be a really hot, bachelorette destination. So I think so I just wanted to make that point. So anyway, I do really appreciate the effort that's gone into it. It's really quite nice from the first meeting until now. It really is coming along. So thank you.
Hey, Ralda, thank you very much for your comments. Can we get your last name for the record?
Adams, ADAMS.
Thank you very much. We have,
Speaks the truth about Austin.
Especially during South by Southwest.
Oh, yeah. I've been to a few.
I got Andrew Flelwing, with a hand raised online.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Andrew.
Hi, it's Andy Flewelling, for Judge Hasty Lane in Scarborough. First, I want to parrot or back up Ralda's observation about people who often visit Scarborough and rent Airbnbs. That's been more or less my experience over the past 7 months when I've been renting my place. I've had people up for graduations, up for memorial services, some coming in from down east for elver fishing, but they come for all kinds of reasons. A couple of things. One, I would caution the council against over-regulating something unless they have empirical evidence to suggest that it's a real problem. And maybe you do, maybe you don't. I'm not sure. But the notion that that because of 5% of bad apples, 95% end up paying the cost, strikes me as perhaps misdirecting enforcement efforts or something else. So I have had no complaints from my neighbors. And I've probably had, I don't know, maybe 15 visits over the course of the last 6 months. The other thing is a comment was made about visitors that are only there for 2 or 3 days, not caring about how the place is left. That hasn't been my experience. And I'm not sure that I'm not sure that there's a magic number to determine when somebody doesn't care about how they leave the property, whether that's 5 days, 7, or what. I know of one person in South Portland who rented for multiple months and it was trashed. So I would caution not to make a generalization about how the property is left or by the guests simply based on the number of days that they're there. Also, finally, I guess Airbnb charges an occupancy tax, and if my assumption is that was going to the town of Scarborough. Now, I'll be shocked to find out that it's not, because it's not a trivial amount of money, and it's the guest that pays that occupancy tax. And And that's netted out against what I receive in the end. So I'm not sure if everybody's keeping track of all those 3 or 4 different points that I made, but I rent my place out in its entirety, 2 of the bedrooms, the other, my master bedroom's locked up, as is the room over the garage. And doing this allows me to keep a property in Scarborough so that I can come down from northern Maine to see my kids, who are all in southern Maine, and to visit friends and everything else. If it becomes problematic because it's over-regulated, perhaps unnecessarily, then that creates an unnecessary undue burden, I believe. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flelling. Tom, you're gonna correct me if I'm wrong, but we have not received any checks from Airbnb, have we?
We have not, no. The occupancy fees are certainly do not come to the local level.
It's unfortunate. Yes, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Bailey from Bailey Vacation Rentals, and thank you guys so much for being here. I'm gonna piggyback on what someone else said. There's been a lot of great work that's been happening here. And one thing that I just want to put to the forefront is that safety is always at the top of our mind. And I could be biased because I am a property manager. So things such as ensuring that they do have the proper homeowners insurance policy, their house is up to code. There are fire extinguishers that are being tagged and mounted. There is outdoor lighting. The property has an appropriate sign so the emergency teams can find the property. So those are at the top, and I can completely understand where you're coming from. Something like a 10 is a campground, and something that doesn't have a toilet is an hospitality. So, and I think that's a big difference too. And as much as the word Airbnb gets thrown around, I just want to know from everyone here, the managers don't really like them either. So it's a thing, because that's where an individual that uses that. And then to touch base on, as well as the 1,000 count on Airbnb, there's 2 things to know. One, it's going to be a marketing tactic. So 1,000 plus search, they want you to know that there's a lot there. 2 is the search criteria is based on the map. So instantly your map is going to bring in Old Orchard, and Old Orchard, there are going to be more. So when you limit down to Scarborough, you are looking at around 300 to 500 that's in the Scarborough area. So I greatly appreciate, having conversations about safety, or having the town come in and take that time, because it's a lot of effort. And I know, because we do it right now, and it's a lot of effort for us. So some things that I leave with you guys in conversation are, as far as complaints or jeopardizing for removal of a license, I think it's one thing where we might want to look at, maybe it's the bad neighbor, because I know you guys probably get calls anyways from someone's RV that's already parked in the yard, or their trash that they already don't like, or old tires. So putting regulation or potentially removing based upon another individual I do not feel is the best approach, because that individual could be the reason that we're having this conversation to begin with. So it's taking away that opportunity from someone who is taking it seriously and who is putting it at the forefront. The other thing I think is really important is some data-driven decisions. When are the complaints coming in? How many are coming in? Is it the same person? Is it the same house? Is that owner there? Is the owner not there? And some questions that I really want you to ask yourself as far as limiting for the length of stay is a couple of things. One of them is, sometimes families can't afford to stay a week. Sometimes families really can't afford to take vacations to begin with, which is why rentals are a great opportunity in lieu of a hotel or motel, because you can have multiple. Last time I asked you guys as well, when you stayed somewhere for one night, you probably already had plans to go out to dinner or to go and see a friend. If someone's coming in, they're coming for the town, they're not coming for the house. And I know that based on my data-driven decisions. Also, what is the age? Because our age group is a female above the age of 45. So that is something that we can track as well. And also, I ask you to, when you've stayed somewhere, how many times have you guys partied in it? Or how many times have you guys had neighbor complaints? Because when we really look at it, you have to look at the outlier, much as Andrew was saying, it's not the bad apple that's going to ruin the batch. So with things like that and getting deeper into the regulation for those that are taking it very seriously and are very much at the forefront, and appreciate everyone taking the time, just realize the deeper that we can kind of get down into the web, the harder it is to see. The more information we have, sometimes the harder it is to sift through. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate you too.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you.
And I think we have one more online. I'm gonna stop it after the one more, just so the council has time to give Autumn the feedback she's gonna need, so. Oh, okay.
Do you want to see if she has anything else to add?
No, there was, I thought I saw one that said Alicia, or is it Elise Scala? Sorry, I thought I saw that hand up for a minute. Kate Boylan, okay. Now we've got Elise as well. So I'm gonna take one more comment though, and then I really have to turn this back over to the council.
So do you want Elise?
Elise I saw up earlier. Sorry,
Hello.
Ms. Boylan, if you could just send us an email with your thoughts, we're definitely gonna incorporate
I'm
them.
online. Can you hear me?
Hi Elise, welcome. We can hear you.
Yes, thank you. I would like to defer to Ellen Higgins Beach Rental if she is on the call. I am a co-owner with family of a place at Higgins Beach. We rent out for a few weeks during the summer season. And we have had great experience with Higgins Beach Rental, who do the inspection and check on the safety factors. And we pay for that as part of our management fee. So figuring out how we don't duplicate services and add to staff costs to the town if, in fact, the Higgins Beach Rental is providing this service. So I just want consideration of existing services that are in place to accomplish what you're talking about, shifting to the town.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I want to turn it over to the council, and actually, if Autumn, if you don't mind leading some of the questions that you have burning in your head right now as you prepare for this.
Sure.
for
So,
guidance.
one of the questions was, we initially proposed 30 days and under, but we're thinking 20 days and 28 days and under to align with our ADUs. So that's clear. Now, I would like to get a little bit more guidance on that lower level. Are we thinking we want a 2 to 3 day minimum, or are we concerned about that at this point? Do we just want to say it's a rental up under, short-term rental is any rental under 28 days? And we're not concerned with the lower level?
Personally, I would wait to get into that level of detail. I'd think, my overall goal for this is registration, let's get our arms around what we have in town.
Right.
So I think we get into a situation where we find that those lower numbers are starting to, like, one of the speakers here just said, once we have some data that suggests that that's
Right.
becoming an issue, maybe we tackle
Okay.
that then.
Perfect. And then my other
Got a lot of head
question.
nods there, so.
I'm sorry?
I got a lot of head nods on that. so,
Okay.
but-
Then my other question is about, are they allowed can they just be allowed everywhere if you have residential is allowed? Are they okay? Are we just gonna start with that?
My gut is, at this stage,
And then we gather information if we.
we find out
that
it's a problem
huge
somewhere.
Problem in RF, or it's a huge problem. Okay, so across the board.
I have a question or a thought with respect to the registration process and the desire to ensure life safety. It would seem to me that an interim step could be, as part of the registration process, to provide the checklist that you would do, and then to ask the people to self-certify that. And I think also you mentioned proof of insurance, and that's kind of key. I had one other question, maybe Councilor McGee can answer this, but relative to the fact that it appears that we have property management companies that actually are going out and performing in their own best interest many of these same things. Might we, if we get to the point of actually doing inspections, could we both certify property management companies to actually do those inspections so that there would be less burden on the town? That's just a question.
I'd be concerned on, I guess I'd be interested to find out what level of inspection they're providing. I guess an example would be, I'm looking at a set of plans today from an engineer, certainly very well equipped at designing a building. And what they were claiming for sprinkler coverage that they were going to provide for an upcoming hotel to come to town doesn't meet our Scarborough sprinkler ordinance. They're claiming one thing. And so I guess my question would be to them is, to what level are they? I think it's phenomenal they're performing inspections. Are they keeping up on codes? The stuff I mentioned earlier, for instance, the carbon monoxide and combustible gas, were they even aware that's a code? Because we still have contractors that aren't aware that's a code and they're building, and I'm constantly catching that in our review process as well as Brian Longstaff's team. So what level are they staying up on local codes, our ordinances, the national codes? Because as you all know, they change pretty much yearly, some of them. But I think it's phenomenal they're doing that. I think the checklist is a must. I think it's a great customer service on our end to provide that. But I think I'd be a little bit concerned of just taking a third party's, if they're a fire protection engineer that went through and did that, that's a certification that we could look at certainly and say, okay, if an engineer is willing to put their stamp on it, then I would be comfortable accepting that. But just somebody that's going through and doing it on their own and then wanting to get out of our inspection, I think that would open us up to maybe some things that get missed, and then we're standing there, God forbid, at a situation going, this should have been caught, and unfortunately the person didn't know it was a requirement. I guess that would be my response to that.
Well, I'll revert back to my previous thing is minimalist approach. Educate the public, give them a checklist, ask them to self-certify as a first step. And if we go beyond it, then you can skip.
What I'm envisioning for the next 6 months for the process is we come up with this draft ordinance, and it's a very simple ordinance for registration. It has the requirements. And in the interim, we also create this self-check certification checklist, and we give it to folks maybe in October, like after the season. And so they are fully aware, January 1 to January 31st, maybe that's our registration period. And they're fully aware when that comes up and prepared for what we're gonna go and check. And then that way they come and register January 15th. We have 6 months, they've self-certified and they pay, but we have 6 months to go and do a physical inspection, make sure everything's good, and then we're all set. And then we wait to see what sort of complaints come in. And if we don't get any, it's just an annual renewal. And maybe that first set, that first registration is $100 because you're paying for that first inspection, but every renewal after that is perhaps maybe $50 because there is no inspection. And if you continue, something like that. It's kind of how I'm envisioning it. I'm not envisioning this overarching, very intrusive process. So
I would just ask to consider the person who maybe falls on hard times and says in June, I gotta rent my place up for whatever reason. So they've missed maybe that window. Like, is it a rolling application?
it could be rolling. That would just be when we were gonna implement
Gotcha.
the
Okay.
start of it, right?
I
And then
thought
it could be
I
rolling.
misunderstood there.
Yeah, and then it could be rolling from then on. So you could come, you buy a property in May and you decide that's what you're gonna do with it. Yeah, you could always come in.
Sure. Okay.
But that would be when we start collecting.
Counselor Kenneman?
I'd like to see something put in there for how do you deal with situations where people don't register. We find out that they are renting. I mean, I know now as a realtor, I frequently, when I'm listing a house and I go, and check the deck, and then I go into code and, oh, guess what? They haven't pulled the permit. So we do have that ability to do retroactive licensing. I don't want to totally penalize people, but I know here, I think it's double the permit cost or whatever. But just looking at that, because you're gonna have some people who may try to skate or aren't aware or whatever. So just plug that in.
Okay.
Any other burning questions that we can give you guidance on?
That's all I can think of, really. This has been really helpful.
Any thoughts from the counselors as she embarks upon her great task? No? All right, and I want to thank everyone that took the time to speak this evening and weigh in on this. Deputy Chief and Chief, thank you again for attending this evening. In Autumn, you did well, good job.
I do have one more question.
Yeah.
Do you envision the next step for this going to ordinance committee? Okay.
All right, with that, we'll adjourn until, we'll adjourn this meeting. We'll see you at 7 o'clock for our regular scheduled meeting. All right, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending this evening. This is the Town of Scarborough, Wednesday, June 26, 2024 meeting. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tony, could you do the roll, please?
Council Peterson,
Here.
Council Cushing,
Here.
Council Katarina,
Here.
Council Hamel,
Here.
and Chairman McGee.
Here, thank you. So this evening, we're going to move into general public comments. For those that are visiting for the first time or need a refresher, we'd like you to approach the podium, speak to us respectfully. We're here to listen, and we want to hear what you have to say. Keep it to 3 minutes, and it should pertain to items that are not currently on the agenda for this portion, and also pertain to something that's within our purview. So just keep that in mind. Don't ask us to consider something that we can't act on. So, welcome. And state your name for the record.
Not my first rodeo. Denise Hamilton, 2 Rod Road here in Scarborough. After the May Town Council meeting, I spoke with Councilors Hamel and Katarina about the light industrial zone and the ordinance being very subjective and needing better guidelines and stipulations. I was initially told that it would go on the long-range planning agenda in June, and then was told it was not going to be heard. As a taxpayer who is affected, it is my right to be heard. I've been asking for change here since November of 21, and I appreciate the town council approving no through trucks, but it does nothing for environmental effects concerning all of our water, traffic, and safety for a predominantly residential area west of the Turnpike. During the main long-range planning meeting, when they were discussing the request for rural farming uses in a specific area of town, the chair commented that he sees rural farming as being west of the Turnpike, yet it was the same committee, albeit probably different people, who put a light industrial zone right in the middle of a rural farming area. My neighbor, Richard Pelton, who's here this evening, will talk further about information he came across that was sent to the owners in the area back in the late 2012, 2013. We deserve answers as to how this went sideways. And what was initially presented to the abutters is not what is in the ordinance. At the time of the proposal, we did not have ownership of my husband's family home, and his father would not have known what was going on as he was down south for the winter and he passed away 3 weeks after his return to Maine. There were no other homes being lived in to the east of our home at the time, and Kennebago Drive was being developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Any other comments?
Hi, I am Richard Pelton with, I own the budding property. And I came across a paper, I went to the town meeting years ago when the zoning was changed from commercial to light industrial, and they said it was changed because there was no water and sewer. And they was gonna allow, light industrial things in there. And one of the things on this letter that came from the town was a few industrial type uses allowed in our other industrial district are not proposed to be allowed in the light industrial district, given the nature of the Holmes Road area. And one of them was trucking terminals, because the area is near rural residential area and heavy traffic could be impactful on homes and 2 Rod Roads. I just wondering why something like this is a trucking terminal that's going in there, not a warehouse. It's just a transfer of product from one truck to the next truck. So I just have the paper, and it was brought up back then, and I just wonder why somehow it's got changed and nobody knows about it.
Thank you. Any other public comment this evening?
Hello, my name is Barry Stevens. I been wanting to come and do this, but I travel a lot with my job, and there's been a lot of stuff I've been following in the papers and the Counselor Corner, everybody else, about communication, about trust and all these things. And I think there's an elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. And I've been inquiring on some things, and I think it goes back to 5 or 6 years ago when the council decided to do a TIF deal with the Downs development. And they pretty much felt that the taxpayers were not smart enough to understand what that TIF deal meant, so they did it on their own without any input from the taxpayers. And now, the taxpayers have been pretty much closed out on hearing what exactly that all means financially and everything else. That deal was sold to us 5, 6 years ago as a $30 million payout to the developers in kickbacks over 30 years. Last I saw, it's about 100 million now that they're anticipating is going to be the payout over those 30 years. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's really hard to get that information, as you know, Tom Hall. I had to get a FOIA request to get those numbers, which is wrong. And that is an elephant in the room in this town. I asked Nick Cloutier in a meeting we had on the whole revaluation about what that impact is going to be, where you've got what was $7 million ago, $7 million in valuation 5, 6 years ago is now hundreds of millions of dollars in valuation in this town. It's a big chunk now of the valuation of the total that's only getting 60 cents on the dollar in taxpayer money. And there's other things going on with how that money's spent as well. This is an elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. And I think until this council and everybody at that front table addresses this, acknowledges it, and deals with it, we can't move forward. That is making generational wealth for 2 families, while other people are going to be putting off retirement so they can stay in their home instead of retiring. I don't think it's right. And a lot of other people in this town think the same way. And until this council, until we have people at that front table that want to acknowledge what that impact is and talk honestly about it, we can't move forward. We're stuck with it, but I think it's going to affect, you want schools, you want a new community center, you want to put land into conservation. Meanwhile, $100 million is going to be fed back to the developers over 30 years, and nobody wants to talk about it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. After. Any further public comment? Anything online, Liam? All right, I'll close public comment. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, just for the TIF question, we actually did look at that at our finance committee meeting, and SEDCO did actually put together a model to look at the Downs in particular. Unfortunately, we didn't get to it on that agenda item, and then we got into the budget process, but we fully intend to, in the next finance committee meeting, pick that back up. We have it as a council goal to revisit our TIF policy, so this will be happening. So for people who are interested in this, I would encourage you to come to our finance committee meetings where we're going to dig into it. And I'm sure at some point we'll bring that information to the full body to kind of understand and assess, especially as we update the TIF policy. So I heard that we need to be discussing it and there is a plan. So I encourage people who are interested in this to come to our finance committee meetings.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Our next item on our agenda this evening is the minutes from the June 5th, 2024 meeting. Is there a motion to approve? Do
So moved.
I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Sure, that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments to the agenda this evening? Yeah. Oh, yes, Councilor Anderson.
I would like to move that we adjust the agenda to move order number 24049 to follow order number 24050 after we do the workshop with the planning board.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second discussion. Anybody have an issue? Okay.
Can I ask the rationale for doing that?
We have quite a few visitors here for that one topic, and rather than kind of bury them in towards the end, we'd hopefully continue them on with their night.
Thank you.
Thanks. All in favor? Opposed? Sure, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Treasurer's warrants, I signed those prior to the meeting. Town manager's report. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to move briskly through this. We do have a long agenda this evening. Very pleased to represent the town at two ribbon cuttings last week. The council will be pleased to know that Councilor Seither, Vice Chair Seither, I should say, represented the town and the council admirably. She spoke at both events. These were for two affordable housing projects, the first of which was Village Commons. This is 31 units right behind the old public safety building. It's an Avesta project. And again, I was pleased to be part of that. And then 2 days later, Jocelyn Place, which is behind the Town and Country Federal Credit Union corporate office, if you will, behind Little Dolphin, was also dedicated. So very pleased and a proud moment. I know the Scarborough Housing Alliance has worked hard. This and past counselors have been very supportive through different credit enhancement agreement arrangements and also some grant funds that we're able to support locally. So very pleased to be part of that process. Some housekeeping items. Just want to remind the public and the council, this evening we held a short-term rental workshop. Tomorrow evening, the council's been invited and will join their school colleagues to receive the report from the school building committee and also hear from the consultant that did the survey work for that process as well. That will start at 5:30 and I think conclude at 7. And then the summer schedule for July 17th, we'd like to convene a conversation of council to talk about items potentially for the ballot in November. These would be referendum questions. There were two that came through the budget process and one relates to additional land bond funds. That decision doesn't need to be made that night, but we'd love to at least start that conversation. And then the August 21st meeting, we propose to have a presentation of the work that's been done around the community center at that meeting. Pleased to mention that our new harbor master is hard at work and already reaping rewards of his hard work. Really as a result of the dredge project, but also his initiative, he's identified as many as 30 additional mooring sites that are available. That will nearly clear up the backlog for commercial on the commercial list and start to make headway for the backlog in residential. So very pleased that we're able to do that. He's also made great progress working with the Proud's Neck community, who has kind of a quasi private mooring field, if you will, off the yacht club. And I think he's going to be working with the different committees in town to standardize some of those practices. With respect to the Eastern Trail project, we are extremely close. The final thing we're waiting for with the CSX aerial easement is a legal description. I was pleased to make application or pay the filing fees for the Maine Department of Environmental Protection and Army Corps. Those are typically green lights that the project's moving forward, that we're actually making final applications. So I've said this so many times, I'm embarrassed to say it again, but I hope at our next meeting, I'll be in a position to say that we are fully green lighted. With respect to the Gorham Connector project, as the council is well aware, Scarborough has long been interested in hosting the second public meeting. And I've offered up the dates of July 18 and 24. Totally my fault. When I initially offered the 18th, I did not realize we'd be in direct competition with the Motor Booty Affair that evening. So under advice from others, we've offered the July 24th as an alternative date. This decision will be made tomorrow when the Turnpike Authority Board of Directors meets. And so I'll publicize the final details tomorrow. Alger Hall, essentially, I've negotiated what I think are acceptable and favorable terms. You will be the judge for a purchase and sale agreement that will be coming to you for consideration at the July 17th meeting. In the interim, they're anxious to have contractors just look at the space and start to make some arrangements. So I have executed an access license and indemnity agreement with them that will allow them access to the property, certainly not to make any modifications or move any products in, but to certainly gain access. So pleased that that's advancing on schedule. I was pleased to offer what we've called the State of Scarborough Address. This is something I do pretty consistently on an annual basis to the Scarborough Community Chamber. That was done last evening. That presentation is up on our town website. And it's really data driven. It's heavy on data. Not surprisingly, Karen Martin helps me prepare that information. But I also took a bit of a longer view, looking at my tenure with the town. So it was kind of an interesting data points, and perhaps many of you will find that interesting. A new item that I just added because of last night, I was pleased at the chamber meeting. They also did their annual meeting for themselves, but the president, as part of that process, issues a President's Award. And Ralph Mastiavecchio, Ralph is a longtime volunteer in police, VIP. Many of you, if you didn't know Ralph, he's undoubtedly assisted you either at concerts in the park, riding the Segway. You'll probably see him on Eastern Trail. He's steadfast at the polls, very often helping you put your ballots in the machine. He's just a tremendous volunteer. So pleased that Ralph was recognized by the Scarborough Chamber last night, and I was there to see it. I did want to speak to traffic on Route 1. That's something that any of us that live in town can't avoid. And it's summer in Maine, so construction is live and well. So I appreciate everyone's patience. I've become, I'll say, obsessed with the functioning or lack thereof of proper functioning of streetlights. And a lot of that, we have very good explanations. There's been some mechanical failures. There's also been some brand new construction work going on. The good news is we're past all that at this point. And on July 8th, we have our contractor coming in to essentially plug in the adaptive signal systems. This will allow each of the signals independently, but also in concert with all of them, from the Saco line to the South Portland line. These signals have technology that they read and react to what the environment is in front of them. They understand where the demand is and where it isn't, and will function accordingly. For those of us that live on the Dunstan end of town, that system's been in place for about 5 years, and personally, I can acknowledge it really has provided some incredible relief. And we've documented efficiencies gains in the 25% range, and we hope and expect that we'll see similar benefits across the entire corridor. So I appreciate your patience. We're probably a couple of weeks out from seeing that system fully operational. Reminder, concerts in the park, they start tomorrow night, and they'll go every Thursday through August 1st. Housekeeping matter for council, we do follow the summer meeting schedule. And so your meetings this summer will be July 17 and 21. And lastly, the public shouldn't see a difference, but we'll be converting to board docs. It's our method of doing council agendas. And so unlike historically, and Tony can perhaps speak to it if you have further questions, where you get an emailed packet, you'll be provided a link that will provide access to all those. The planning board has been using this system. I see heads nodding in the audience. It may take a little time to fine tune it, but it's going to be really revolutionize the way that we can manage our packets and assemble them, allow staff to actually contribute as individuals rather than having one point of contact. So bear with us. We think we're ready. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm available for questions.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. Council members, do you have any questions for Tom on the manager's report? All right.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move on to our first order of business this evening. It's order number 24-050. It's a public hearing with the Town of Scarborough Town Council and the Planning Board to discuss the proposed Ninth Amendment to the contract zone agreement for the Gateway at Scarborough. The amendment is proposed by DEP Engineering Solutions for property located off of Cabela Boulevard, Assessors Map RO40 Lot 5. The proposed contract zone amendment includes a 120-unit hotel. So it asks at this time that the planning board join us up here. Autumn, I believe, has a presentation to kick us off. Of sorts.
Just speaking points.
Okay.
I think she brought up.
First, let me say thank you for attending this evening and welcome to the chambers. I know you sit here on Monday nights, so keeping the seats warm for us. Ms. Hendrickson, do you want to introduce your gang of cohorts? Do some introductions right around the table after.
I certainly do. I'm going to start on this side. Jennifer Ladd, Roger Beely, he's the secretary of the planning board. Rick Meinking, the vice chair of the planning board. James Hebert, Bennett Flanders, and we are missing only one, and that's Noah Perlet. And I'm Rachel Hendrickson, the chair of the planning board.
Thank you, Rachel. Autumn, I think we all know who you are, but for those at home that don't.
Yes, certainly. I'm Autumn Spear. I'm the planning director. And then we have with us this evening, our applicants are Michael Wallace and Dinesh Patel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening. All right.
I was just going to kick this off. There in your packet is quite a bit of information. This is the 9th amendment to this contract zone. This contract zone has been around for quite some time, since 2006. And in your packet, I did a brief summary of what all of the amendments have been. This is the Cabela's Gateway Center. And so what this applicant is proposing is a 120 unit hotel at the site just behind Sea Dogs. It's the vacant property that is not paved right now. That's where they're proposing this. And I just wanted to introduce this for the fact that contract zones typically are, they come before you for some public benefit discussion. They come before you for some sort of zoning relief. This particular contract zone has Higas Parkway as its underlying zoning. The hotel use is permitted in the contract zone. And really, I present this to you as an amendment to the contract zone as to err in caution. I think that you could perhaps read it, that they could go through just the site plan process, but precedent has been set over the last almost 20 years that every time they change it, it comes before you. So I think this is an appropriate step. I just wanted to provide that background information.
Thank you, Autumn. Appreciate it. So as far as presentation, why don't you introduce your project?
Sounds good. So first of all, thank you all for having us tonight. Michael Walls, Deep Engineering Solutions, Mr. Dinesh Patel, who is the owner of the proper project being proposed. Office address for me is 203 Anderson Street, Portland, also Scarborough resident, 25 Carriageway here in the town. So what's before you tonight is a proposal for 120 units hotel by Choice Hotels. The proposal takes advantage of a space that we feel represents a good use of the property in harmony with the existing zoning that's there. Existing retail spaces are in the Cabela's area, as you all know, as well as restaurants. So this use would fit nicely. It is positioned, and I don't know, Autumn and her team has been great helping us, so we really appreciate that, first of all. But in the site plan that's in your packet, you'll see where the park and ride is. It just sits in front of that park and ride. The existing utilities will be reused, so there is a water, sewer, fire, gas, all will be utilized. Existing stormwater will be utilized. We'll, of course, go through the proper permitting applications to either amend permits as needed, to update anything that may need to be updated with the main DOT, with the DEP, Army Corps of Engineers, et cetera. There's a small area of land that we are proposing right now that it would fit nicely on, again, which is shown in the packet. So I think in general, I wanted to introduce Mr. Patel, allow him to give you a little background on himself and his businesses throughout the years and his experience in this field, and then happy to field any questions you all may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. And thank you, everyone. My name is Dinesh Patel. I'm a developer, real estate developer out of Western Massachusetts, from Springfield, Massachusetts. But my family lives in Scarborough, Maine. So I have a 3 hotel presence in Portland, Maine right now. Our base out of Eastern Massachusetts, we manage office tower to hotel, to restaurant, to Target, to beaches, all the retail businesses and everything. At this present, we have about 16 hotels we own and manage. Marriott full service hotel to select service hotel. This project, particularly what we're presenting here, it's a 120 room extended stay hotel by Choice Hotel. This is a 200 plus hotel in America right now. This is something in state of Maine. This will be the first hotel they will be introduction in Scarborough, Maine. You know what I mean? There is no, New England does not have this presence yet. So it's a good project, 120 room extended stay hotel also with the 4-story with New England looking development, what we planning to be developed here. This hotel will have an average about 22 employees going to be full-time employees here. And as a tax wise to the city, I can proudly say it will bring about $100,000 to $120,000 real estate tax, about $240,000 type occupancy tax going to be paid, you know. And where my family lives here, also, I do a lot of construction with the PM Construction with Bill, and Bill has a headquarter in Scarborough, Maine. So he's also very excited to hear this project about it because he built my last hotel in Portland, Maine. In 2019, we opened a Hampton Inn and Suite in Brighton Avenue, Portland. So we have a good relationship in Scarborough. My family lives in Scarborough and we wanted to present this project in Scarborough. So any question anyone have it, I will continue answer, no problem, you know, going through. But we are the developer and we've been developing since 1999 in the hotel industry. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Yeah.
So for those unfamiliar with this process, basically, this is to really kind of, it's the first step in a multi-phase process. It's 5 or 6 steps.
At least.
And really the goal here is to get a general sense of whether or not we believe as this should either go forward as kind of being presented and let the planning board do their thing with it, whether we think it has potential, but we're kind of curious about an issue here or there that we'd like them to go reconsider, or we would tell them that we really don't think it's worth the time and effort. So those are the kind of the 3 options here. And this is just to give guidance to the applicant. So with that, I'll ask our invited guests to see if they have any questions to start off with. Yeah.
I was getting invited guests.
Who's here?
I'm gonna just start this off with a comment, I guess, about the land that this hotel is proposed to be on. The Cabela's lot, the whole development there is very heavy in terms of asphalt. It is essentially a heat sink. Now, in terms of public benefit, it occurs to me that it would be a tremendous benefit to Scarborough if a hotel took careful look at its surroundings and made an extra effort to ensure that there was less impermeable landscape than when it started. You have the opportunity to put something in there that creates a visual oasis, if you will, for cars coming off of 95. I see that as a benefit that I didn't see noticed in here in the material that we had. I also want to mention, this is the 4th hotel that has come before the Scarborough Planning Board in the past year. So there are a large number of hotels, probably close to 500 rooms, I would guess, in occupancy that are coming in here. I'm sure you've done your study and I'm sure you understand where the benefits are and you've got a good business model. But again, we do have all of a sudden now more than 400 rooms in the planning. Saying that, I'll turn it over to my board members. Does somebody want to jump up? Our invited guest, Rick Meinking.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the background on here and nice to see you again, Mike. From my standpoint, I've always been perplexed on why we have so many parking spots in the Cabela lot. I wasn't a planner at the time. I wasn't part of the planning board when that was approved. But I can tell you, I've always wondered why there are more empty spots than there are filled spots. So this gives an opportunity here for Scarborough to maybe take a look at that and see how we can address that issue. And I totally in line with the chair when we say this is an opportunity to provide, I like the word oasis, because I think it is a desert out there. And with something like this, we have the ability to mitigate some of the island effect, the heat effects. I just want to call your attention to two major initiatives, and that is one, the Maine Climate Council. And I would ask that if this was to be given a green light, that you take a look at structurally how this building could fit in and represent a model for the Maine Climate Council to embrace. And when I say that, I mean the decarbonization of buildings and the reduction of greenhouse gases that our built environment typically do. The second one is our town comprehensive plan. We've gone through a lot of work on that, and we've developed a vision. And within that vision, you can start to see how some of our ordinances have changed, i.e. there is an EV parking ordinance now. And I would encourage you to really look at that comprehensive plan as you go forward, if you go forward, and try and bring something, because I know the planners know this, but if this is to go forward, we will see this project. And these are the kind of things that we would be looking at. And I think from my standpoint, this makes perfect sense. This is the way the industry is going. You put hotels on exits of major transportation hubs, and then they go in. And we have a very active community in Southern Maine, sporting events, concerts, and there's always a need for rooms. But I will remind you that the chair did mention what we see a lot coming in the planning board is banks and hotels. And I would encourage you to make this become a model for any other hotel that wants to come to Scarborough, Maine, that this thrives in our community. Thank you.
I saw Ben first and then James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to stress that given this is right off of the highway, someone who is visiting Scarborough, this is like the first thing they're gonna see. Especially because the whole entryway is screened with trees except for that lot right in front of your hotel. That's the park and ride. So it's really important that it gives a good first impression. If someone's not from Scarborough and they're coming to visit, we want to give a good impression of our town. And your hotel will be one of the first things they're going to see. So it's, you know, if you can add some good landscaping right in front, whatever you can do, we've been looking for that kind of thing to make sure that it's really a good visual view for anyone who is arriving in our town. And that's really important for us. Additionally, and I know your job is not to, whether or not this goes through, it's not to revamp the entire parking lot. I know it's much bigger than your project, but this was, as the chair was saying earlier, there's a lot of asphalt, and it was approved way before our current like EV ordinances and that sort of thing. So right off the highway, I'd like to see some spots if you could add some EV parking spaces or EV capable spaces that are near your hotel or within your purview of what you might be able to adapt. So that would really help us to have more confidence in your project. Visual, landscaping, EV chargers. Those are my big points for now. And I know if it goes through, we'll see it at least twice more. So I can, but thanks. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. James?
Cool. Thank you, Madam Chair. As Rachel mentioned, speaking to the public benefit from another aspect as well. Looking at your surroundings, walkability and ability to access all these businesses, not only on this lot, but nearby adjacent to you, I think would be critical to public benefit as well. Not only do you have the Gateway across the street with that housing, but you also have the Downs on Haggis and a whole neighborhood on Payne Road that I'm sure would love to be able to just walk to access the site and not have to drive. Speaking to Rick's mentioning about sort of EV charging and trying to get people to drive less and walk more. What I would like to see is, use this opportunity to really enhance this project even more so, is to provide that connectivity on this site, those connecting sidewalks that goes across the street. Certainly not asking you to do anything all the way down Payne Road, but on your site where you can, connect to the places across the street, provide sidewalks that extend to the end, that, the public has eventually, as Payne Road gets redone, maybe it's a question of sidewalks that get extended there as well, because of that larger residential population that's there. And that's just going to draw more folks into your business, promotes more walking, promotes more sustainability of fewer people driving on the roads. Because as I was pointed out, even in the public comment tonight, traffic is a real issue in this town. And if we can provide the means for people locally to walk more in this town, then I think that is nothing but a public benefit. Last final comments I have is I'd love to see some more trees sort of planted, speak to the greenery here and trying to reduce some of this asphalt. Just some larger shade trees, maybe something that can change during the foliage season in autumn, which would be really cool. But also looking at the only concern I have is you have the MTA parking lot, parking right on the other side. Make sure you address proper signage for that, just so you don't have any guests accidentally, or maybe not accidentally, try to park in there when they probably shouldn't, because you want to have that completely separate from this site, as well as have the ease of access to it clearly marked and labeled, because I know the pathway from the drive path to the MTA parking lot, you have to kind of go around the hotel a little bit. So make sure that you address signage and that's very clear and well labeled. And those are the only comments I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Chairman. Thank you.
Roger?
Yeah, I would like to echo my colleagues in terms of the building. I think it's it's a signature building coming into town. The Acura dealership across the way is going to be a very attractive building when it's finished, and I think this could really enhance that corner tremendously. So I think it's going to be a good addition there. I just want to just address the asphalt parking space. I was on the SEDCO board at the time when Cabela's they were considering coming here, and Cabela's was a big thing in the state. Everybody wanted to have Cabela's. I think you were on the planning board then, weren't you?
Not for Cabela's.
It was even before. Okay. All right. But it was a big deal, and they were going to be getting 3 million visitors a year. That's what they told the town. And the intersection was all changed to accommodate those 3 million customers, and that they were going to stay 4 hours. Every visit was going to be for 4 hours. Now, I don't know if that's ever come true, but I know they revamped the intersection, so they changed that. But that's the justification for the parking space. So I think this is going to be a tremendous use for that space. And I'm looking forward to seeing it before the planning board to see what you do. And thank you. That's all.
Jen?
I don't have too many other new points to bring up, but I think you've heard a lot of good comments from the other board members. I will just say that I'll, at the planning board level, look forward to seeing how you incorporate a lot of these comments. I think the connectivity of the site, it's interesting to think about Scarborough as being, having opportunities for much infill development. It's sort of a more urban type thing, but if this doesn't meet the definition of kind of what I think of infill development, I think it's a good fit, as you've heard, sort of taking advantage of some of the other infrastructure elements that are already in existence on this site, with a use that's complementary. so instead of maybe coming for 4 hours, now someone's maybe coming for 24 hours, and staying overnight.
$3 million.
I don't know, well, not in 120 rows, no. But anyway, the connectivity of this sort of smaller site with the rest of the Cabela's area and the other areas that fall under this contract zone and slightly expanded from that, it doesn't maybe meet the definition of a traditional neighborhood, but we're seeing a lot of other activity at this intersection and not far beyond it. And so the connectivity elements, in my opinion, will be important, as you've heard in some other ways. I will be curious to see what that looks like by way of your traffic reports and traffic studies and traffic movement permits from the DOT. Certainly that'll be an element. And also I do think that, again, you're complemented by the presence of the park and ride lot here from like the highway or the exit 42 side. The building will, as I understand it, sort of block the view, if you can call it that, of what's there now. And so I think, again, making sure that wayfinding is appropriate and that you're just doing your part to help incorporate and bring the other elements on this larger site together. So.
Thank you. I would just like to wind something up. So many of our folks here have talked about the connectivity. And on the planning books is a trail access from Gorham Road at Warren Woods through the downs, through the crossroads, across the street, and ending at the Cabela's lot. You have the opportunity to create a welcome there for people who want to hike that whole area, for people to stop, for people to have a picnic, for people to become part of the whole connectivity of trails within Scarborough. That's very exciting. I hope you really consider how you're going to be able to take advantage of that.
Thank you. We'll keep it in mind.
Yep.
Can I ask a question of the applicant? And I think you all have brought it up, and I'd like, Liam, if you could go to the packet. Can we get a real understanding of what you have purchased and what you have rights to actually change on the site? Because I think that'll be important for you. As you hear, there's a desire to fix some things that I want to be really clear about what you actually have the capability to do.
So my understanding, this is a condo 6, right? And that's what we are purchasing, condo 6.
Okay.
We have a good relation with the CDOG. We have good relationship, the owner of the Cabela's and everybody, you know what I mean? So we will have opportunity to make some landscaping change.
Perfect.
That's true. As a EV wise, nowadays we do 20 car parking, 1 EV charging. So we might do 6 parking, depending upon the planning now, new law, planning and zoning, usually we do every 20 parking, 1 EV charging now.
Okay.
That's a standard formula we use in Massachusetts now. You know what I mean?
We do have a specific EV ordinance for hotels.
Yeah,
And so
okay,
there's
yeah.
some installation, there's some just conduit, and there's some capability.
Yeah, so we'll follow through that,
Okay.
you know what I mean, no matter. And the landscaping, I think it's opportunity to enhance to the Scarborough way, you said get away. So I'm sure owner will be easy to communication with us in moving forward way. So we will happy to consider everything, you know what I mean, yeah.
And we have been in conversation with the owners of the CDOG already.
Yeah.
And we will plan to do the same thing with Cabela's and try to be in concert with that area as a whole, as we bring something forward.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, planning board, for your comments. So I misstepped a tiny bit. You're gonna all forgive me, I swear. We were supposed to have comments from the public before I let the planning board.
Oh, that's why I was thinking about the invited guests.
Yes. So what I'll do is before the council jumps in with their comments, I will invite the public up to ask any questions about this project that they may have, whether you're online or in the audience. Approach the podium and let us know if you can direct all your questions right through the chair, and we'll act as that liaison and get those questions answered. Didn't mess up as bad as I thought. Okay. So I'll close the public comment section. over to the council for any questions of the applicant. Council Caterina.
This is as much a comment, but I guess it's a question or something to consider. You may have heard, I'm very much Ms. Workforce Housing, around here. And I think it's great, we're bringing another, business into town. I didn't realize till I talked to Ms. Hendrickson earlier today that there were 500 hotel rooms being planned or in the pipeline or whatever, in town. And my concern, of course, is where are the workers gonna live who, will be working at these? And this is just a comment. This is Jean Marie, okay? Just take it from Jean Marie. I got thinking about cruise ships and how cruise ships offer space for their employees to live in. So I just thought I'd plant that. That's all. I'm thinking out of the box here. But other than that, I agree with the comments, that have been made, because it is a gateway. Gateway Commons, to Scarborough. I think, making sure you've got that interconnectivity, the right landscaping, the architecture and everything is gonna be critical to the success, of your business. So, thank you. But think about workforce housing too. Okay, thanks.
I have a quick general question, and maybe Autumn might be the best spot for this one, but I know there's a huge TMP out there by the Downs, and do you foresee the traffic impacts of this impacting any of that TMP that's out there, or is that TMP sized enough to accommodate the traffic levels that this may generate? Tough spot to click in, I get it. Is that a concern going into this, perhaps, that maybe some other improvements might need to be made to either like Payne Road or?
It's quite possible, but we are not at that point where we even
Too
know
early
how
for
many
that.
trips or if they're gonna trigger a DOT, TMP or not.
All right.
And Angela's not here, so I
Alright.
defer.
Councilor Himmel?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for the comments from the planning board, and Mr. Patel, thanks, Mr. Patel, thanks for your application. I did have a question. You mentioned you're a multiple operator of hotels in the Portland area. I mentioned the Hampton Inn. Can you tell us the other hotels that are under your organization?
So we own basically Choice Hotel to Hilton brand to the Marriott brand. I own full service hotel in Springfield, Massachusetts, in downtown Springfield, and I manage also that full service right there. 16 of my hotel managed by Ambridge Management Company. For me, we have, but those are all Hilton and Marriott brand pretty much. And we own some Choice Hotel, Comfort Inn, you know what I mean, some of the area. We sold our Comfort Inn portfolio last year. Now this will be the new extended stay hotel, Wood Spring by Choice Hotel. It's a different portfolio they're just creating right now.
So I just had one follow-up question of that. So when you were looking at this as a business opportunity, then what was it that attracted you to this location, and what was your assessment of the business opportunity with this particular chain, which seems to be an extended stay type of property?
So Scarborough always I like it because I was in 1993 to 1996, I was a regional manager for pharmacy in state of Maine, and I lived in Scarborough, you know what I mean, at that time. And Scarborough always stays in our hearts, the Kabbalah side. We've been looking at Kabbalah side since Kabbalah was here, but they never give us opportunity to build a hotel, you know what I mean? So joining with Frank with Sea Dog House, you know what I mean? So he tried to help me out to go through. This is one of the very good location in Scarborough, Scarborough growing also very well, Costco came in and everything, beautiful development happening, you know what I mean? So that's sort of our assessment. And while we're doing the feasibility study, the company did the feasibility study, and out of 10, it's an 8.8 site score came out for us. So it is a great site for us in the Northeast, you know what I mean? So they also supporting us to the better development, you know what I mean? So they will be supporting whatever town requirement also going to be. So that's the only thing I can say to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Councilor Anderson?
Yeah, I have a question maybe for Autumn, based on what Chair Hendrickson said about the other hotels that are coming into town. Where are those located?
So we have one on Muzzy, we have one on Payne Road, next to the, I call it the recliner shop. There's a street there.
Lazy boy.
The one, thank you. It always fails me. But the other one is next to Carrier Woods. So that one was recently approved. The planning board at their last meeting heard they've seen a sketch plan for one diagonal across next to the new Acura dealership. And that one has a proposal for 160 rooms.
Yeah, I mean, I think this personally sounds like a great addition to the space and to the community. I fully support all the recommendations that were brought up today in terms of sustainable practices and making sure you're complying with our EV charging ordinance, access and mobility with with trails, signage, wayfinding. The one thing I would encourage you guys to look at, because we just had our transportation committee meeting yesterday where we were looking at, draft plans for Payne and Payne Road, as well as Higas, how, again, there might be some things in there that could be things you could contribute in terms of supporting, bringing those plans to life. But I would support this applicant moving forward through the process, increasing our commercial revenue in town, I think is really important to keep things affordable. It's not going to necessarily create workforce housing, but it'll help keep people who are struggling to pay their taxes in their homes by the more we allow and enable commercial development. And so I see this as a key, great business to help with that. So I would support it moving through the process.
Councilor Cushing.
Yes, hi, oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering if I could get from Mr. Patel a definition of extended stay.
Right, so extended stay means it's a 17 days people will be staying, 17 days average stay in that's the way, that has a like small kitchenette type, you know what I mean? Area also. And basically we are targeting to the more like housing markets and a housing type environment, you know what I mean? Just like she said, workforce development, right?
So it also could be folks who are coming to spend a week at the beach.
Yeah, folks, right, 3 days stay type, staying in a beach area, or a lot of hospital requirement. RN now traveling throughout, all the nurses are traveling, you know what I mean? So we operate more to the nurse in a traveling side also, you know what I mean? They give us a good occupancy, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like, my question, how many people do you expect to employ and what's the average annual wage of those folks?
So average we pay, housekeeping we pay average $20 to $22, you know what I mean? Front desk people will be about $25 type, you know what I mean? Management we say paid about $80,000 manager, assistant manager about $65,000 salary type. Total about 22 employees we are expecting to be hired here.
Thank you.
Yep. So it's average about $600,000 salary roughly. Yeah.
Roger.
I have a question for you, and it's basically market research, okay? Because we have a lot of hotels in the greater Portland area now, is what we're doing here in Scarborough. And Choice has quite a number of different brands. And the one you selected, or the one you're building is an extended stay. Haven't you seen any change in the business model with, over the years, say over the last decade, especially since the pandemic, where you're having fewer people staying, business people, say versus say 20 years ago or something like that?
So after pandemic, what we realized, whenever pandemic and after pandemic also, extended stay creating more occupancy for us.
Really?
Yeah. So
You're getting
different
more?
direction, yeah.
That's
Because
interesting.
we develop extended stay home too also. We're doing 2 in the pipeline right now. Home to by Hilton also extended stay we are doing. So extended stay actually getting more occupancy nowadays. Yeah, than regular stay.
I think it's because people work from home and then they go to corporate.
Yeah, and it's the beauty about the Maine, what we're realizing, all this big corporation company, they came in to holding a 1-week event, but they're all actually staying in a hotel. You know what I mean? They just get together at nighttime somewhere in happy hours, but rest of the time they're working from the room and they're holding to the convention. Because I was in Portland, Maine one time, and my Hampton Inn has a $858 ADR. So I said to my manager, how can be $858 ADR? He said, all our hotel is packed for 1 week. Reason behind, They're doing convention, but they're all staying in a hotel and they're doing online convention and they get together at nighttime at the Portland. So it's a different model works right now in the hotel industry. Yes.
That's true.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant at this stage? One of the last pieces of the process here is for the planning board to weigh in on the implications of the land use implications and whether or not you feel it's an appropriate fit for the land that's there. The use matches the land.
I'll go around the loop on this, but I will start off by saying I do believe it is an appropriate use of the land.
I would agree.
Yes.
I concur.
Yes, what else are you gonna put there?
Yeah, I think so too.
So with that, basically this moves it back to the council. And we're to have a discussion about whether or not we should feel this should move forward, whether we should ask them to go back with some revisions and then come back again, or if we should tell them that we don't think this has any future. So, council members, any final thoughts on this?
I'd say move forward and hopefully see a lot of the things that were discussed tonight in your next step of your application.
Council Canary.
Yeah, I move forward. I'd like to see, more. I'm fine with it.
Council Hamel?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. It's very well thought through, conceived well. It seems to fit well, not only in terms of opportunities for us environmentally and also economically, but it seems to be right in the sweet spot for the applicant and his business base.
Council Cushing?
Move forward.
Thank you. Nice and succinct. One final thought. This is a throwback to my former family in the planning board. If you'll remember, Corey Fellows, former chair, Corey Fellows used to say, someday these large asphalt areas in town, whether it's the Lowe's or whatever, they'll be occupied by something worth value. And I think this fits nicely.
We saw it at Martin's, right, recently?
And
Starbucks
finally
and that kind of thing.
starting to fill in some of these,
Yep.
huge asphalt football sized fields, places that are just sitting there and really doing nothing but running water all around. So I think it's great. I'll take a formal motion right now by a fellow council member to advise the applicant to advance the process.
So moved.
Second.
Motion in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Congratulations. We look forward to seeing this go through the process. We have full faith in this planning board and the town staff to help guide you through this. Good luck to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you to Autumn too for all her work.
We're gonna take a quick 3-minute break while we resettle. That's our.
All right. What name tag?
We can just have everyone take their seats again. Thank you. Apologize for that lengthy break, but we're back now. All right, our next item, based on the amended agenda, is order number 24-049, second reading to approve the expenditure in the amount not to exceed $800,000 from the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund for the purpose of purchasing property located at 65 Hanson Road, Silverbrook Preserve 2, identified by the Scarborough Tax Assessor's Map R001, Lot 003, as recommended by the Parks and Conservation Land Board, and to authorize the town manager to execute any and all documents as necessary to protect the town's interest. Ms. Sargent, welcome.
Hello, Jessica Sargent, Chair of Parks and Conservation Land Board, Beach Ridge Road. Just want to reiterate the support of PCLB for the acquisition of this property with $800,000 in funds. It's a unique and rare opportunity that we have to acquire this significant amount of acreage, almost 130 acres, and the connectivity associated with that, bringing the size of the area to 943 acres. So it's a really unique opportunity that I want to highlight. And I also want to share kudos with Scarborough Land Trust because they were awarded flipping my numbers, $580,000 towards the purchase price and $25,000 towards stewardship from Land for Means Future, which we have not received in the town of Scarborough in over a decade.
Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, this is second reading. I would like to keep it brief.
Thank you. Appreciate it. With that, we do have the opportunity for public comment this evening. So if you'd like to speak on this subject, please approach the podium, state your name, limited to 3 minutes, be respectful. Mr. Mackey, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Mackey. I'm the Executive Director of the Scarborough Land Trust. Our offices are at 7 Oak Hill Terrace in Scarborough. Thank you very much for considering this project. I want to start off by just recognizing that there are a lot of people here in support of this project tonight. And I will look straight at the chair, but I will ask them to stand and just show their support. So anyone here?
I show that as the large majority of the audience. Thank you for coming.
And I also want to thank town council, town staff, the town boards, and all the residents of Scarborough for their strong support of conservation over the years. You have the specific details of this project in your packet, so I'm not going to belabor a lot of those facts. But I do just want to point out a couple. One is this is one of the highest ranked projects by the Parks and Conservation Land Board in their entire history. It is a large parcel, 130 acres. It will significantly help with the council's 30 by 30 goal. And I do want to mention that the town is providing, if passed tonight, 45% of the project costs of acquiring the land. The Scarborough Land Trust is covering the following: the years developing the relationship with the landowner to get to this point and to complete this deal. The time working on the project, including establishing all the needs and due diligence for the project, writing the grants that we have for the project, and fundraising. We are covering 55% of the project costs. Not only that, we are taking on the stewardship and land management responsibility in perpetuity. The land trust spends approximately $230,000 a year on property management with no town resources in that amount. That's all from private donations of individuals or corporations. And that number does not include capital projects. So we spend more than that on land management every year if you consider new trail projects and other structures, et cetera. The Scarborough Land Trust has a combined 55 years of natural resource land management on staff. This project benefits everyone in the community, regardless of whether they know it or not, or ever use the property. Open space reduces road congestion and the services required by the town. It contributes to healthy air, water, and soil, stores carbon in the plant and soil material, and provides habitat for wildlife. That's what we're talking about here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Any other public comments this evening on this? Welcome, Senator Brenner.
Chairman McGee and esteemed members of the Scarborough Town Council, my name's Stacy Brenner, and I live at 388 Broad Turn Road. I serve as your state senator, and along with my husband, I'm the farmer who rents the Broad Turn Farm property from the Scarborough Land Trust to run our farm business. I want to start by thanking you all for your service. I know the hours spent behind the horseshoe and in preparation for being here are thoughtful and long, but most importantly, your time is meaningful for the residents of Scarborough, so thank you. I'm rising to offer remarks in support of the expenditure of the town land bond to cover a portion of the cost of conserving the Silverbrook Preserve. As a Senate appointee to the Maine Climate Council and the chair of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, I'm acutely aware of our need to address our changing climate with natural and working lands solutions. Land conservation is an essential component of the climate action plan here in the state. Our state and the town of Scarborough have a goal of 30% of land in conservation by 2030. Large intact tracts of land are of a paramount importance in this endeavor, and they mean the world as we consider the effects of land loss as it relates to protecting Maine's unique biodiversity. And this parcel of 130 acres on Hanson Road fits that bill. I can't help but address my admittedly parochial support of this project as well. As a tenant of the abutting property, I've enjoyed miles of trails at this site. In the winter, there is nothing like a long ski through this space. I've spent the last 17 years with my husband and my 2 daughters and all of the dogs that have moved through our lives, traversing the tree lines and field edges and waiting for just the right snow cover so we can tromp back into these woods and break a fresh trail on our skis. Crossing over the tracks of snowshoe hares, bears, porcupines, skunks, and turkeys in fresh snow, and spending the summer solstice hearing the who cooks for you call of barred owls and the long low tone of the mourning dove is a compliment to a long day. To be clear, wildlife requires large contiguous properties to thrive. Securing this land for the public to experience and enjoy in perpetuity only stands to elevate all of our collective lives. I encourage you all to visit, and I'd be more than happy to take you on my favorite walk at the edge of town. Please vote in support of the expenditure from the land bond to purchase the Silverbrook Preserve later this evening. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to provide remarks.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. Any other public comment? All clear on lining? Oh, got one more.
Just quickly, I'm Lucy LaCase, 52 Old Neck Road in Scarborough. We've been in town for residents for 43 years, 44 years, but the first 19 of them were spent on the corner of Broadturn and Burnham Roads, now near Councillor Cushing. And when I would push the kids in a stroller, I'd go up Broadturn Road, down Hanson Road, cross Tapley, and back up Burnham. And it's just really exciting. And the reserves would always just be horrified that I would push a stroller in the early 80s up Broadturn Road if they only saw now. But the fact that we have the opportunity to, Hanson Road is a gem. And the opportunity to preserve a large tract of property there is a real special thing. So thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. LaCase. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, turn this over to the council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second discussion. I'll jump off by saying, one, I noted this is pretty much going to exhaust the land bond funds that we have available to us as a community. I will say that this is the largest purchase I've seen come through, that I can recall at least. And I think it's a well-deserved purchase, though. It's a beautiful parcel. It's enormous, the connectivity to the other preserved land in town. So I'd like to say thank you for the land trust and the land board for working through this and identifying these parcels. These are true gems of the community. So well done. Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I'm going to support this tonight, and I think Andrew and Senator Brenner kind of said why it's such a good investment for our community. We recently had the PCLB come to our finance committee meeting, and one of the things that they shared since this last land bond came into place in 2019, at least for the partnership that we've had with Scarborough Land Trust, for every dollar the town has put in, they've brought in $2. So we're getting a 200% return on our investment, in addition to all of the great conservation benefits that were talked about tonight. Since inception, or since this land bond in 2019 passed, we've purchased 205 acres in partnership with Scarborough Land Trust and have essentially contributed $6,200 per acre from the town. So that's what we've been doing up to this point. So I think this is just a great investment, a great way to end this land bond amount, and then hopefully continue the conversations around what we need to do next, because we still need to conserve more land. And with this particular land bond depleted, we need to make sure we work with voters to come forward with a new ask. And I hope everybody out in the audience that stood up will be part of that communication and education when and if the council decides to move something forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Cushing.
Yes, I think that the partnership between the land trust and the town is a really good one. I have learned a tremendous amount about the conservation in our community from the presentations that we've heard sitting up here, and I fully support moving this forward. Thank you all.
Councilor Katarina.
Yeah, I obviously support this wholeheartedly. When I look at the map in our packet and look at all of the conserved lands that this is a piece of, it makes my heart. It makes me very happy, because the more we can do now to conserve land, as I've been saying all along, the better. Because once land is gone, that's it. It's all done. It's all developed. It's whatever. There's no going back. So I'm like the fact that in Scarborough, we're forward thinking in that way. And you know, we have growth areas which are designated for growth, that we, you know, follow our zoning rules and setbacks and whatever, because people need a place to live also. But animals do too. And I just think this is fabulous. So thank you for bringing this forward.
It may be no surprise, but I was the lone no vote on this the last time around. So I don't do this for fun, but I did, all along, I've supported these things. So up until that vote, and this came at a time where we started to ask questions about, well, this is the tail end of funding and we're getting ready for a big ask. So what we're trying to do here basically is some of the people we're trying to ask, well, what is it really costing us? And at the end of the day, how much of it is being raised by private funds and how much is being raised, you know, through funds that belong to the public, okay, that we are entrusted to look after. So I've supported this for a couple of reasons conceptually. Number one is a urban development. And number two, a way for us to maintain the quality of life that we have here and the great natural wonder that we have in this town of living where we do, with a fair number of risks that we now are dealing with vulnerability and assessments, and also you know, other work like that in our areas that are being threatened by sea level rise and other environmental things. So the thing that disturbed me is that how people reacted to some members of the public asking questions about what is it costing us, and reminding people that a vast majority of similar organizations in the state rely primarily on private funding. You know, some 98 types of organizations like this in the state. You know, there are only 8 of them that really rely primarily on public funding. So it's with that spirit, and also with the additional request that we've been trying to define, well, exactly how are we going to measure this? How are we going to measure the 30 by 30? And how are we accounting for that? So that's something we still won't have an answer to, and I guess we don't have an answer for that until we hear from the community services folks who have been charged with providing that number. So that's the reason for, for my concerns, and I was very disturbed at the reaction that some members of these groups have had to those questions. And unfortunately, I think we have a habit here in town of not really treating the money as the public's money, and that it's not really the domain of the town manager or the town council to assume that, that's our money to spend. It's the public's money to spend, and we're entrusted to focus on that. So I thought it was worthy that I provided an explanation for that. So I think what's before us is reasonable, and given the size of it, I plan to support it tonight. However, I'd like us to tone down the rhetoric and to try to see if we can respect people that are asking in a very difficult time how we are spending their money and how we expect to be able to look out for them in the same fashion that we're looking to protecting the environment that we live in and curbing development.
Thank you, Councilor Hamel. Any other council comments? Councilor Anderson?
Yeah, I think just, I've heard the perspective about how there are other agencies like the Land Trust that are out there that are, doing solely private development or private donations. And talking with some of the donors that have donated to the Land Trust, really what fosters donation is knowing that the community is partially invested in that entity as well. So I think really what we're doing when we invest in our partnership, in my opinion, is helping spur additional investment and donation from private donors. So I see it as a positive relationship between the town's contribution and private donations, that my hypothesis would be if we didn't do it, we wouldn't be raising as much funds, or they wouldn't be able to raise as much funds. So it's really a catalytic engine for donations and development for the property. So, but I totally agree with Councilor Hamel. We do have the due diligence to make sure when each of these choices come before us that we're asking the right questions and make sure that it's really the right investment. And I think for this property tonight, again, as the PCLB said, no other property has scored as high as this. So I think for tonight, this is definitely more than justified to move this forward. So
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other comments? With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? So that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Congratulations to everyone. That's a public benefit. Just pause for a couple seconds while the room clears out a little. Yeah. Back to it.
Oh, we still in a meeting?
We are still in a meeting. Here we go. Next item tonight is order number 24-041. It's a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 405B site plan review. 4, performance and design standards. D, parking areas. E, pedestrian ways, space and alternative transportation. F, landscape buffering and green space. K, outdoor storage, appendix plant material list, and chapter 405B-1, design standards for commercial districts. Welcome back, Autumn.
Thank you. So this is the second reading. For the short version is the landscape ordinance updates. It's has to do with our commercial design standards that we've been working on for quite some time. You all saw this at first reading back in May. So there's been a bit of a delay. The planning board held a public hearing on May 20th. In your packet, there is a small amendment that I would like you all to consider to move forward from the planning board. It has to do with bike facilities and bike rack counts and a waiver for that. Other than that, this is second reading, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have, but I think we have thoroughly vetted it throughout the last 8 months.
We've seen it a couple times.
Yes.
With that, we have the opportunity for public comment. If anyone would like to speak, please approach the podium. Not a controversial issue yet. With that, I'll close public comments. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I got a motion in a second.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Yes, Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the Autumn for this good work and the good work of her department. And we kind of take this stuff for granted. And it's a mountain of detail that just, thinking about it gives me a headache, but this is good work and we appreciate her diligence and, she's really refashioning, I think, how we approach planning and how we manage this entire function. So, support this completely and thank her for her diligence and that of her team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Procedurally, do I need an amendment here for from what I can tell, 2 proposed areas of change, recognized professional being added, and H, the planning board may consider waivers for the number of bicycle parking facilities for parking lots with 50 or more parking spaces provided.
I would second that. That was a motion.
So
I would ask that one of you make a motion.
moved.
Second.
A motion to amend in a second. So we're now on discussion to the amendment. Any discussion on that? All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? I show the amendment is passed, so we're back to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion on the motion as amended?
No.
All in favor? Opposed? I show that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be the easiest night. Congratulations, Autumn. You deserve one of those. All right. Next is order number 24027. It's a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 311, the town of Scarborough schedule of license, permit, and application fees regarding the proposed annual mooring wait list fee. This was tabled back from March 20th, and we did have a first reading 3 weeks ago. We have Darren Granata kicked it off last time, I think, right?
Yeah, he's not here this evening. Tony, are you able to introduce it?
I can, yes.
I can.
This was something that was brought forward by staff as noted. We did go in front of the Coastal Waters Committee and they made a recommendation, which I believe was approved by the town council at the last meeting, which was the second on the bottom of the page there where it states that mooring waitlist annual fees will be applied over the course of time on the waiting list once the mooring is issued, and that what monies have been paid while on the wait list will be credited not to exceed the annual mooring fee for the first year only, and it was recommended that there would be a $35 fee. I don't know, Councilor.
Yeah, I just want to add, I think this is another piece of great work done by the Coastal Waters and Harbor Committee. It was built on tremendous staff work that was done by Tony and the staff, as well as Darren Granata, who was, really invested in this area, as well as the Shellfish Commission work. And along with, him being appointed to the role of the new harbor master, he's done a miraculous job of bringing order to chaos in an area that wasn't really managed for a long time. And as a result, I understand that there are some 30 additional moorings that are going to be available, not only due to his work, but also the dredging work that's been done. So I'm pleased to hear that this is a creative idea, and I was also appreciative of the staff that was patient enough to let the committee work through it to come up with a better solution. The other thing I'd say is that this is additional news, but some people are surprised that all of a sudden, holy cow, I'm getting a mooring this year. So I think that I would hope there will be some discretion in terms of allowing people time to find a boat from the mooring. And this seems to be the biggest challenge now. The good news, bad news is now you got to, take possession of it. So it sounds like there will be some discretion in how we manage that. But it's all good news. It's just a question of so much good news in such a long period of time. We're not sure how to deal with it, but this is all positive and really pleased all the way around.
Thank you, Councilor Hamel. We have an opportunity for public comment. That was the introduction period. We have an opportunity for public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this topic? I'm going to close public comment and then I'll need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, discussion. Councilor Cushing.
I think it's wonderful to learn that you don't have to have a boat to get on the list. Is that correct? I have one that's moored in my driveway and I'm not on the list. So I just want to put that out there publicly. I also want to say that I am encouraged to think that if I got on the list, I might actually get a shot at it before my demise. But I also would like to, it would complicate the process, so I won't ask that the ordinance be amended so that you could pass on your slot to your heirs. But it seemed to me that prior to our new harbor master, that would have been a reasonable amendment to offer. But I will vote in favor of this tonight, and maybe I won't have to moor my boat in my driveway.
Councilor
You might,
Anderson.
I might just add, it might get the lobster community a little fired up, but other than that, we'll have to find a way to work through that.
Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I just want to thank Counselor Hamel. I know sometimes he's a process guy and he really encouraged us to table this and get it back to the committee. And I really think the solution is actually very creative in the sense that they're saying, once you're on the wait list, you can apply that to once you get an actual space. And so I don't think we would have gotten there if we had not done that. So I just think, thank you to Counselor Hamel for encouraging us to kind of bring it back to committee. So I appreciate that.
I'll second that notion. Sometimes the process works, Don. So, yeah, but we do appreciate you helping pump the brakes on what was originally proposed and putting it through the paces. I think it'll help us get to that point, so.
Thank you.
With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? So that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item this evening, we're on to old business, which is order number 24-042, second reading on the request to repeal in its entirety Chapter 415A Scarborough Roadway Impact Fee Ordinance, Dunstan Corner Capital Improvement District, repeal in its entirety Chapter 415B Scarborough Roadway Impact Fee Ordinance, Highest Parkway / Route 1 Capital Improvement District, repeal in its entirety Chapter 410 Scarborough Roadway Impact Fee Ordinance, Payne Road Area Capital Improvement Districts, and replace with amended Chapter 415 Impact Fee Ordinance with an effective date of July 1st, 2024. Before we get too involved in this, I do know that there was some discussion about pumping the brakes on this one too. We were seeking some feedback from interested members within the community. I've been informed that it's probably not ready for prime time this evening. So with that, I would offer this up for public comment for anyone here that was here to speak on that topic. And then I would expect a motion to table. So with that, is there anyone here that would like to speak on this? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion to table until the next meeting.
So we need to
July.
move to approve first and then table.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion to approve? That was your motion to approve?
And I seconded.
Yep.
And we got a second. Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion?
So I would like to move that we table this to our July 17th, is it 17th meeting?
Thank you.
And the rationale is exactly what you said. We've, Jean Marie and I in our committee liaison roles have been getting some feedback. And so we would like the opportunity to work with town staff a little bit more to see if there's specifically for the traffic impact fee, a different proportion that we would want to assign between different entities. And so with Angela being out, the town engineer, we wouldn't have had the time to talk with her before this meeting. And so just giving us that extra time to meet with her and get her expertise and see if we want to come forward with an actual amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This is the motion to table. We have a second on that?
Second.
All right, thanks. Any further discussion? All in favor of tabling? Okay, sure, that's unanimous. Thank you. Next item tonight is order number 24-048. It's a second reading to extend the town-wide moratorium on adult use cannabis cultivation facilities and medical cannabis cultivation facilities that the town council approved on February 7th, 2024. Liam.
Yeah, thank you. So this item before the council is a second reading on a proposed item to repeal and replace the existing moratorium. It would replace the existing one in full effect with like terms. So it would be a prohibition on all adult use and medical cultivation for a period of 120 days through October 24th. Just some additional context. Currently before following up on your agenda, there will be an item to modify and edit the current 1018, chapter 1018 of the ordinance. There's also been some discussions about underlying zoning. And so this would kind of cover that period of time when that work would be done.
Thanks, Liam. I appreciate it. We have the opportunity for public comment on this topic. If anyone would like to discuss this, please approach the podium. You have 3 minutes. State your name for the record. Be respectful and direct all questions to the chair. Thank you.
Mike Shannon, or Michael Shannon, 10 Snow Canning Road. Funny, we get 3 minutes after being buried this deep into the agenda, but I guess we need to start a hotel chain or some sort of land development to get a nice welcoming here. Although you feel like you get some contradictions there, so best of luck with that one. This is quite frankly one of the last places that I wanted to be tonight after being here for years doing this. I get to go help my mom, move before tomorrow's closing, so forgive me for speaking candidly. However, tonight I'm losing a commercial space that's been within my network since the summer of 2018. That's $250,000 gone. I can't justify spending rent on a place with no assurances. Funniest part about it is that there actually had cultivation going into that unit up until a month or two ago, which means there's absolutely zero impact on everything else going on with odor right now. And went through the same improvements as every other unit to the tune of about $40,000 this year just to get denied. So we'll leave that there. If you want more information later, you can get it, but you don't care. The reality is that I've had a number of people who wanted that space and still want the space. We already knew how things were going to end out tonight. We always knew. Personally, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing what you guys are doing to other people, but that's just me. The whole situation's been rigged from the beginning. We have a smug council member up there who apparently doesn't like animals now. Thinks he's smarter than better than everybody else. Vacations with people that complain against us. You don't think there's an agenda there? Well, congratulations, sir. You won this round, but the game isn't over. Thankfully for me, but unfortunately for you, I can't be broken. We have better and more productive things to do than continue to waste our time here. So on that note, I'm going to go help Mom. You guys have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Shen. Any other public comment? Attorney Cohen, welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Jill Cohen. I'm an attorney. I represent numerous cannabis businesses in Scarborough. Just to dovetail on part of what Mike Shannon said, Mike's a client. He was hoping to lease off a unit to another one of my clients in a building owned by my client. So this certainly impacts my client group greatly. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote against this moratorium. This would be the 4th moratorium. That is an extreme action against this specific industry. I don't know if in the history of this town, there's been another industry put under 4 consecutive moratoriums. So this will be a full year of these businesses sort of frozen in place. The licensees, particularly the owners at Snow Canning, have done everything that's been asked of them and more. They've respectfully participated in this process for years. Some of us have been coming here since 2017 when Scarborough really led the pack of municipalities and opted in. 2 of the council people sitting here tonight were on the council that voted to expand the cannabis industry here in Scarborough. And now here we are 6 years later, stalled in place with an ordinance that was enacted last August that was never given a chance to work. This is back on an agenda, July 17th. No need for another 180 days or no need for a moratorium that would go through October because this is going to be dealt with in July, hopefully. In the meantime, like I said, you've had an ordinance in place since August of 2023 that was never given a chance to work, never. So I would ask that in the interim, you not enact another moratorium, that you rely on the ordinance you have in place, enforce it, and see how it works between now and July 17th, when you likely are going to vote in the new language that is coming up on the agenda later. And that's it. And I do want to thank you. I know this takes up a lot of bandwidth. And when I sit in these meetings, I'm reminded that cannabis isn't the only thing on the agenda in Scarborough. So I wanted to thank you for the time.
Thank you, Attorney Cohen. Any other public comment on this topic? Any online, Liam? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Turn this over to the board, the council, sorry. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second discussion. Councilor Catarina.
Yeah, I would ask, is there a need if we were to pass this moratorium to make it through October, or can we tie it to the new, well, what we're gonna be talking about under order 24051? I'm just throwing that out there for anyone to comment on.
My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that any moratorium at any time can be reversed by this council. So if we found that 90 days in, there's no use for this anymore, we have that full flexibility to remove that moratorium. The concept behind 120 days, because even another 180 days discussion was had at one point, was whether or not 180 days was even necessary. It was, and what we decided was 120 days for the new licensing implementation. If we do approach it that way, 120 days is probably enough time for staff to develop sound reports for us to use for judgment on whether or not what we're doing is working. Councilor Hamel?
Yeah, I know we had a lot of discussion about this extension, and I understand the frustration. But on the other hand, when people tell me and have comments, and I really resist the tendency to get in a back and forth with folks who come here with public comment. I've been involved in this matter long before some of the current people that are operating businesses there were ever permitted to do that. And the other person who was there was Jean Marie. We worked for 18 months to adopt the marijuana ordinances from the state statutes. And we could have decided not to do this at all, but we decided to have it be allowed as a use. And since that time, I think that we've been very patient. We've listened to a long litany of personal attacks and a long explanation of, I think, reasons why people think it should be handled differently. In this process, we never really got the enforcement in place, number one, and number two, never finished the work we said we were going to take the time to complete. So I think we need this additional time. If we don't need all of the time, then we'll be in good shape. But we see how much trouble we're having getting through the things that are before us in a summer schedule, in a year that's going to be an election coming up in November. So I think that we need to take the time to do it right, and also to be fair to the people who are individual homeowners who have a right to peaceful use and enjoyment of their property. So that I'm in favor of this as it's proposed, and hopefully we will get the work done in the additional time.
Councilor Cushing?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of the moratorium. Last time I thought that a reasonable compromise would be 60 days and we could get this done. But one of the things that I've learned in my career in education and business is that, the thing that you are always trying to manage is uncertainty. And what the town is doing now is perpetuating uncertainty so that folks in this particular industry can't make long-term business decisions. That's not to say that the ordinance that we are considering doesn't need to be fine-tuned. I think it does. I'll say publicly that unless I see some real language in the next ordinance that gets very definitive about how it will be enforced, I'm not going to vote for it. And I'm not going to vote for this moratorium this evening because it's gotten to the point now where it feels unfair to me. And that at some point there needs to be a burden of urgency on the town and some responsibility to get through things faster. Now, that's just my opinion. I know some of you have been around here for a long, long time. You've been thinking about this, and I respect the good work that you've done. One can argue that, well, where was the result? It's time for a result. That's my feeling about this. And so anyway, so now you know where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. Councilor Anderson?
Yeah, I supported this at the last meeting. But subsequently, I think just listening to my fellow counselors and the public, I agree that really the urgency is on us in solving this. I feel like what we have to vote on later in terms of a new enforcement ordinance is gonna definitely make me feel more confident that we're gonna have the right mechanisms in place to enforce this. So I'm definitely leaning at this point not to support this tonight, to really create the urgency that we need to do to get this new ordinance in place. The one thing I would also still support and encourage that we hopefully have on our July 17th meeting is a potential land zone change that essentially creates a 1,000-foot buffer for where in the current zoning near residential. So that's something I'm still hoping that the council will take up at our July 17th meeting, just to make sure that we're moving this stuff forward.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Katarina.
Yeah, and just listening to the arguments of my fellow counselors, I will not be supporting a moratorium tonight. For all of the reasons given, I do think that as a town, we need to do what we're gonna do. Stop putting it off. I'm a business owner myself. Uncertainty is difficult to deal with. And yes, you take a risk when you start a business, but you need to have a balance between those in power, i.e. us as town councilors, keep putting up walls. I think that the order 24051 will help us to get along with that. And I agree with Mr. Anderson and Mr. Cushion. So I will be voting no on the moratorium tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Katarina. So I guess I feel a little differently about this one. It's been a long road, and we're here for one reason, and it's because nobody has solved the problem. The odor issue exists, and for me to sit here and support something that would allow additional cultivation facilities in town before we can address what the problem is for our residents that are complaining about odor, seems to me like we're willing to add to a problem without having a solution in place. The whole concept of the moratorium was to buy us time to try to give the business community a way to work this out, was to give us time to a way to be able to try to create a balancing act between the business community and homeowners that are being impacted by basically ordinance violations. So I don't think we've solved either end of this issue. So to ask me to not support a moratorium and to basically lift this out of place before we've solved anything, why would we add to the problem? For the minute this moratorium expires, they will be standing in that clerk's office asking for more permits. I have nothing against the cannabis industry whatsoever. What I do want them to do is keep their odor inside their boundary lines. That's it. And that's a simple request. That's what the public has asked of us. Have them keep it within their boundary lines. We haven't accomplished either end of this. So that's on us. I agree with Councilor Anderson, Councilor Cushing, Councilor Katarina, and Councilor Hamel even. That's on us. This is our problem now, because we've failed to act. We've put so many steps in this process. It's been through ordinance 6 times. It's been back to us. It gets tabled, it gets kicked. And I get it, because we want to do the right thing, and there's a bit of uncertainty here, right? We're trying to trust that the business community is going to take the right steps. We had a moratorium in place while they went through some odor mitigation efforts, and we required some extra. And from the tour I took, they did that. They put those efforts in place, but we still hear the complaints, and maybe it's not enough. So as it relates to this moratorium, I'm supporting the moratorium this evening because we haven't fixed it yet, and I'm not going to add to a problem that we haven't fixed. That's how I feel about it. So any other questions, comments? Councilor Hamel.
I have a question. So if it appears that this moratorium does not get renewed, then what does that mean practically? Then people can just resume operation and expand operations, right?
Current one.
We would be back to approving
The
licenses.
current one is July 31st.
June 30th, the
June
current
30th.
one is due to expire. So without a moratorium,
This coming Monday, they could be right back in asking for cultivation licenses.
So
Something that would
call me crazy, but I don't see how this works. And I know that we've made some improvements with the language. I've sat through every single ordinance committee meeting, haven't missed one. I don't see a solution here. We still don't have enforcement in place. I don't see how this works at all. So, but I'm not gonna say I told you so.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All in favor of the moratorium? Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. Opposed? Sure, the motion fails 3-2. Order number, we're on to new business now this evening. Order number 24051. It's a first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 1018, the Town of Scarborough Cannabis Establishment Licensing Ordinance. Liam.
I'll try to do better teeing this one up. So what's in the packet this evening is really a product of the direction and discussion at the June 12th Ordinance Committee meeting. There are proposed changes to section 11, which is odor enforcement and observation. The intention here is to simplify the enforcement process from the kind of multi-step, multi-party time frame set process currently in place to one that's a much more direct process. Single complaint is filed and the town will dispatch a town official to try to attempt to verify the odor complaint. It does expand the enforcement authority from just the code enforcement office to the police department or a designee of either department. And then the most significant discussion or change in the ordinance is to section 16, which is a new cannabis property registration, which would be a requirement of any property owner in Scarborough that is intending to or currently leasing space to a cannabis business. They'd be required to file a registration with the clerk's office. All of the details are set forth in the ordinance. It also would require at least some acknowledgement of the odor and security provisions in the ordinance. And there is a revocation process for either a license or a registration. The current language reflects after 5 complaints, the either license or registration will be remanded to the council for a hearing within 30 days. And as constructed, based on the conversation at ordinance, that would require a 5 vote of the council, 5-person vote of the council to revoke a license. So I think those are the high points. The language contained in section 11 has had some discussion at the council level previously. It's really section 16 that has the majority of the changes.
Thank you, Liam. Appreciate it. We have an opportunity for public comment on this item. So if there's anyone that'd like to speak on it, please approach the podium. It's you, Attorney Cohen.
Again, my name's Jill Cohen. You know me as representing multiple licensees in Scarborough. In reviewing the new ordinance language, the one thing that continues to stand out for me is adding the word verified complaints every time you refer to complaints. I'm scrolling down trying to find it, but when you refer to after the 5th violation, I would ask that that be clarified throughout this new ordinance language that a violation is a verified complaint. The other concern that we all continue to have is when multiple complaints are made during a short time. If there's an odor issue, it's possible that one abutter could call multiple times, or several homes that are in close proximity could make multiple complaints. And I was really hoping to see some way that complaints within X time frame would be bundled together as one verified complaint, because I think that's what's fair. Otherwise, you could get 5 complaints in less than 5 minutes. And then somebody, if those complaints are verified, they're back in front of the council facing a revocation. So my 2 major issues tonight is just making sure the language is clear that these complaints have to be verified, and some guardrail to protect the licensees from having these multiple bursts of complaints count as an actual number of complaints when they come in during a short time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Cohen. Any other public comment on this topic? Seeing, oh, Councilor Anderson?
I just think it's important that there is language in the ordinance. I don't know which section it is, but it does talk to the fact that multiple complaints that happen in a certain time period count as one verified complaint.
Section C, all complaints provided to the town regarding the same premise by individual residents within a 24-hour period, if a violation has been verified within that period, will count as one violation. It's at the tail end of the first paragraph in subsection C.
Public comments? Any?
You did receive an email that I will make.
Oh, thank you, Tody, for reminding me. You're the best. Yes, we did receive an email from the O'Brien family, asked for it to be entered into the record, which we will, Tody will be doing that. All right, with no other public comment, I'm going to close public comment and turn it over to the council.
So
Is there a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second discussion.
Question.
Councilor Ham.
There was a reference to a supermajority vote. Is that in here? There's a way that in the prior one? I remember Councilor Anderson mentioning that. Is that part of this or did that go away?
It's also in section C. It's the last sentence. It doesn't say supermajority. It says 5 votes.
Well, my math is correct then.
That's
Isn't
a
that a
supermajority.
supermajority? So, the reason I asked that question is, do we have the authority to require supermajorities? Isn't that something that needs to be addressed in the town council rules?
No.
Because I don't think there are only very few things that require a supermajority. And I thought is that a rules and policies matter, or is it it just seems odd to me that we would put it in an ordinance where we don't have it. It's not that common.
Well, that's why it is specifically in the ordinance, because it's the exception to the rule, typically simple majority rules, unless you specify otherwise.
And this was language suggested by legal counsel, as opposed to supermajority actually putting in 5 members of council,
Who's legal counsel?
the town's legal counsel.
Thank you.
So we're in this on, just if I may ask a follow-up question.
Absolutely, we're in discussion.
I'm having, we've been through so many gyrations here. I'm having a hard time following the bouncing ball. So we just said we're ditching the moratorium, so that's out the window.
Right.
So this is, all that we're putting forward, and it basically incorporates a number of things that are language improvements that came from the town as well as from the cannabis community. So, I think I'm generally in favor of trying to put something on the books that would give us some enforcement authority and power, but I am very skeptical about this in its current form, and there are no other measures which we discussed in ordinance that could be considered, like addressing it from a land use standpoint, or there was another one that we considered similarly, that we would return to a moratorium, I think was the other one. So I'm just really between a rock and a hard place on this stuff. We're like taking 2 steps back, 2 steps back and 1 step forward. And I think that leaves us 1 step back.
I'll just say that, at least with this piece, I think what we are trying to accomplish is an improvement, which is in a multi-licensee facility, we're going to hold the landlord accountable, just like if you had a rental unit and you have bad guests, bad tenants, the owner is held responsible, the owner of that property, not the tenant or the guest, it's the owner of the property. And I think, at least in my business life, there's quite the parallel there on how that's handled. And I think that's fair to do here. Especially given the idea that we would sit there and try to find out which of the one of the 10 license holders in a building is the real culprit. I think putting it on the landlord to be the responsible party in this is the responsible thing for this community to do. So
thanks.
If that helps at all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I support this. I think Attorney Cohen asking for the verified complaint. I think that's kind of a clarification thing that probably could be incorporated in between first and second reading. because this is the first reading. I don't see an issue with changing the language, say verified complaint. And that's what the enforcement ordinance is calling for. Those are my thoughts on this. Counselor Catarina?
Yeah, so I voted to lift the moratorium, but by God, this new ordinance here, I expect the cultivators to follow this to the T, and I don't want to hear of any whatever. Because as people may or may not remember, one of the options that we talked about and was discussed in the ordinance was an amortization, which was, all right, that's it, we're done. We're shutting you all down over the next 5 years. Everyone's moving to wherever. So I just want cannabis folks to remember that. And let's, let's do what we're gonna do. Let's see how this works. But geez, come on. That's it.
Thank you. Counselor Anderson?
Yeah, I'm going to support this moving forward tonight. The one piece that I may offer as an amendment between first and second read is reducing the number of violations from 5 to 3 before it would require council action. I just feel like, given the concerns tonight and the need to kind of really hold businesses accountable if they're violating our ordinances in terms of odor, that 5 opportunities seems like too much to me. And so I would like to kind of, for the council to consider between first and second read, is 5 too much and should we go lower? I don't want to propose that tonight, but that's definitely something that I'm thinking about as an amendment that I might bring forward. But other than that, I appreciate the public, the businesses, the ordinance committee for working through this again one more time. And I think we have a really good solution here. The one thing that I would like to see in the packet for second reading is a little bit more detail from the town in terms of the procedure that they're planning to implement to enforce this. That's clear to the public what they need to do to submit a complaint and what the enforcement officials do if there is or is not a verified complaint, so that the process for the public is clear, as well as something that we can ultimately hopefully understand over the next 90 days, how that process is being enforced. I think one of the things that we're doing in this ordinance is to allow public safety to be involved or other delegates to do the enforcement. And again, I just want to make sure that we have the staff that can do this in a timely manner. If there's a complaint that comes in and it takes 24 hours to verify, that's not good enough for me. So I would like to understand from staff like what they're going to hold themselves accountable to in terms of getting out and verifying those complaints as quickly as possible. So I would like to see that kind of outlined a little bit more in the packet for second read.
Good feedback, Counselor Anderson. Counselor Cushing?
Well, thank you. You stole a lot of my thunder, Counselor Anderson, but I will, but let me elaborate. It seems to me that I'll get specific, that if I'm sitting on my porch, I need to know who to call and what to do explicitly. On the other end of that phone, and I also need to have a reasonable expectation of exactly what's going to happen. We're going to try to get out there unless there's a national emergency in 2 hours. These are the people who are going to respond. When you call, the next call we're going to make is to the owner of the facility to give them immediate feedback, because our assumption here is that what we are trying to do is give them an opportunity to correct the problem. And oh boy, if they can shut a window and the problem is gone by the time we respond, that's probably a good thing. But the point is that this entire thing has hung on the enforcement procedure and the ability to get there before the wind blows it all away and to respond in a uniform and consistent manner. And more importantly, to be able to document every complaint and to be able to make them available to the public so that we can see this. Now, maybe in general, what we say is we pass the speeding law and we don't get in the chief's face about how he enforces the speeding law. But maybe this is a little bit different because the whole thing does hang on how we go about enforcing it. So I don't know that we want to infringe on the special authority of the town or of the police. But by the same token, I think there's a reasonable expectation that we all need to understand what's going to happen, and then we get to see what did happen. And so if we can somehow accomplish that between now and the next reading, then I think we will have an ordinance here that we can vote for and move forward. Because all I've heard here from the very beginning, while we've dabbled around with this language and that language, is that this thing turns on enforcement. And if we get that right, then we fix the problem. And all I've heard is that the business people, it's in their interest to fix this problem. We've said the message loud and clear. If you don't fix it, Jean Marie says we're going to amortize you, which worries me. But you understand my point. Okay, so good. That's enough for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. Any other councilor comments? Councilor Katarina.
I didn't say I was gonna amortize. I said that was an option that was out there that they have to keep in mind.
What about parentheses?
Well, and I would just want to iterate that that's not an option that's completely off the table, that if we as a town can't fix this, then that could very well be something that has to happen in the future. So let's hope it doesn't have to get there, but it's not off the table as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. All right. We'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item is order number 24052, act on the request for mass gathering permit from Maine Vintage Race Car Association located at 70 Holmes Road on Sunday, July 28th, 2024. And anyone kicking this one off? Chief Kindlin, what you got?
Thank you, Chief Rich Kindlin from the Fire Department. This mass gathering permit was brought to our attention a few months back by the applicant who's in the audience, Dan Walker. Welcome. Oh, I think Andy here as well. They both came to my office and met and started having a discussion about how they could have this event at the Beach Ridge Speedway. Walk through the whole process. I think it's important to note that we're not even sure if the number is going to trigger the mass gathering, but they did all the due diligence and all the planning in an effort that they're hopeful that it does meet the 1,000-person event attendance. They've answered all our questions, staff comments. One of my jobs is in the mass gathering ordinance is that I organize the comments and get them back to them. They were responsive to everything that we did, and they provided us everything that we needed, including insurance, permission from the owners of the current Beach Ridge Speedway property. The only thing that we had for a condition we're recommending approval was a condition for the food trucks that require a Fire Prevention Bureau inspection and health inspection to make sure that they're up to date. So I recommend approval.
Thank you, Chief. We do have opportunity for public comment on this. If you're here and like to speak, please approach podium. No one online? All right, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion, a second discussion. Councilor Ham.
I had a question. And maybe this is not within the Chief Kindlin's, area of expertise. Maybe he's better on fire trucks than vintage cars, but can you give us an example of a vintage car? I mean, I've been getting myself. Is that like a NASCAR or Richard Petty's car or, does anyone know?
2000. Looks like Mr. Walker is joining.
Son, it's like.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's like me with wheels.
Hi, my name is Dan Walker. I'm the applicant. So basically, a vintage car is anything old. We're gonna have cars from that raced in the 50s, 60s, 70s, all the way up through till now. So the Maine Vintage Race Car Association preserves all of that throughout the whole state. So that's the easiest way I can explain it is anything old.
I just feel this is so perfect because you had a vintage counselor asking the question about what a vintage car is. So,
I'm pretty vintage myself, so I totally understand. And I want to say that Rich has been absolute tremendous help to us, leading us through this process. And there was a lot, at least I thought there was a lot. And we tried to get it done expeditiously and quickly, and hopefully we've met all the criteria.
Great. And this event is scheduled to take place on July 28th. Is that correct?
That is correct, and it's a one-shot deal, so I need a sunny day, if you can help me out with it.
Any other questions? No. All in favor? Opposed? So that's unanimous.
Thank you.
I was, is that a one-time deal, Tony? Is this it is? Good luck at your event. Have fun. Next item this evening is order number 24053, act on the request from the town clerk to certify the June 11th election results for the school budget validation referendum election and the Board of Education election. Tony.
Present to the council this evening to certify the elections from the June 11th election. And the first question on the ballot was the school budget validation referendum. The yes vote received 1,725 votes. The no votes received 1,276 votes, and there were 109 blanks. For the Board of Education, with a term to expire in 2027, Shannon Lindstrom received 2,320 votes. Alyssa Peterson received 2,248 votes, and there were 1,652 blanks. We have approximately 17,410 active voters on our rolls, and it did not include same-day registrations. In the same-day registrations, we had approximately about 20, unlike what we're going to have in November. We had 3,110 voters who cast ballots, of which we had 1,257 that were absentees, and it was a total of 18% of our registered voters. That was one of the lower ones that we had. So
Thank you,
present
Tony.
that for validation.
We take public comment on validation? Yeah?
Yeah.
Norm, anything to add? All right, with that, I'll close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion and a second discussion. I'd just like to say, thank you for the hard work that the election officials and staff did in running the election. It's probably a minor warm up to November, but at least you got a feel for it. And then congratulations to Shannon and Alyssa, and Shannon on re-election, and Alyssa, I got to know through the building committee process, and I think she's a wonderful addition. So congratulations to both of those. With that, I'll stop speaking. Is there all in favor? Opposed? Sure, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. An act to replace Counselor Anderson with Counselor Cushing. Oh, as the liaison to the Chamber of Commerce. Got the second part to the sentence. That's order number 24054, act on the request to replace Counselor Anderson with Counselor Cushing as the liaison to the Chamber of Commerce. This comes from a request of the current liaison. I think some timing and scheduling works out better if we make a shift. Vintage Counselor Cushing has some extra time on his hands during the day. And it's getting silly at this time of night. It is, I know. All right, we've had a long day.
Cut down on my drooling.
Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, second discussion?
Just
Counselor Anderson.
Thank you for taking it. I do feel bad because it is a really great committee to be a part of. Just the timing hasn't worked out, and even, you know, I feel bad because I wasn't able to do my duties to let you guys know about the dinner that was yesterday, just because I haven't been able to track along what's happening with them. So I'm hoping Counselor Cushing can pick that up, and they do so much in our community around communications, and I know that's a big passion for Counselor Cushing. So I think it'll be a really great fit with, you know, your passion there and all the work that they do to communicate all the great things the business community is doing for our town. So thank you for being amenable.
Thank you. I accept.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. Appreciate it. All in favor? Opposed? So that's unanimous. We now have non-action items, which, do we have a non-action item this evening, Tom?
No.
Okay. So we're into standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. Any reports out there? Counselor Anderson.
Yep, so at our last finance committee meeting, we did a retrospective of the budget process. So if you guys have any other thoughts about what we could do better next year, please share those at our next committee meeting. We may have an item on the agenda to figure out how we kind of activate some of those ideas that came out and make sure we don't lose sight of them. We also reviewed our fund balance policy, and we're asking staff to come forward with a potential amendment that essentially indicates that the town aspires to grow our percentages in the future. Just to be clear that while our policy reads a certain way today, we want to continue to try and get to a higher percentage for fund balance, unassigned fund balance. At our next finance committee meeting, we're also going to be starting the conversation around the council goal around capital prioritization, as well as TIF policy and some of the comments that were raised tonight. We dropped the specific item on the downs because we had to then pivot to budget. And I think we need to go back and revisit some of the work that staff did to help us understand, how the downs is performing based on the new model that we have in place. And so those are all things that will likely get discussed further at our July 11th Finance Committee meeting. The Transportation Committee meeting yesterday was really good. We've started to see the first very rough draft of the transportation study that's being worked on. So a lot of promise coming that way. And just for awareness, I've been engaging with Peter Mills a little bit on some of my personal questions I've had about the Gorham connector. And one of the things that he shared with me, but I don't think dates are confirmed, and maybe Tom and Jean Marie know a little bit more, but there is an intent to potentially invite counselors that have questions to some event in the future in case they want to meet with the experts and really ask some of the questions that, again, Peter Mills can't necessarily answer directly, but if we have a question about conservation, they could have somebody there who could help us answer those questions. So that's something that's been brought to my attention that I just want the council aware of.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other committee reports? Councilor Hamel?
Yeah, we're struggling to schedule a Rules and Policies Committee between now and the next town council meeting. So we have a couple of issues we need to deal with. But the main one is accepting the rules to use the recording of meetings as as a part of our policy practices. But there's also some interest from the school in terms of having a discussion item around facility naming, so we thought we would add it as a discussion item. But we're struggling with finding a date between now and the 17th of July for rules and policies. So Tony, if you could help me with that, that would be much appreciated. The other thing we will need is language on that item that Nick requested that we do. That's a mandatory one of accepting the recording of town meetings as part of our practices. Let's see, that's pretty much all I had. Just that one.
Any other committee reports? I'll just throw in real quick. Tomorrow night, I think it's already been mentioned, we are cordially invited to join the school board for a joint meeting to receive the School Building Advisory Committee report. I can tell you that community group of 50 plus worked diligently on their product, are excited to share it with us, and have some recommendations that they'd like us to pursue. So tomorrow night, 5:30, we'll be there for not just that, but the building survey discussion as already outlined. So,
yeah.
Councilor Anderson.
Sorry, I forgot to mention one thing in finance that we covered. We actually reviewed with the PCLB their request to move a land bond question forward. So the committee voted to move that to council for consideration to potentially move forward in November, a $6 million land bond request to voters. So my hope is that is covered as a discussion during our workshop in July to make sure that if that's something we feel like we want to move forward, how we're advancing that through the process. The communications committee also talked about trying to do a Counselor Corner Live, I believe in July, really focused on the land bond conversation itself. I think that's what we agreed to. So again, the hope would be part of the public process would be the finance committee reviewed it. The council will discuss it. We could have a Counselor Corner Live to get feedback. And then the council could or could not take action on it in August, I think, which is when we would have to do it in order to get it on the November ballot. So trying to make sure that we're giving the public opportunity to engage in the conversation. And I think Karen will probably be writing Councilor Corner articles on it in July as well.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Cushing.
Yes, I need to apologize in advance for not being able to come to the meeting tomorrow evening. I have a very special and prior commitment that I can't change.
Councilor Himmel.
Yes, I had a couple of questions, if I may, for Counselor Anderson on the Finance Committee. Number one, thanks for taking on the commitment to revisit fund balance. So thank you for that. The second thing I want to mention is that in view of some of the discussion about our commitments to the Downs, are they still required to do a financial review, or are they done with those?
I believe they've completed their fifth and final requirement. I suspect they would come if invited, but that's the final requirement.
I'm going to ask that we please have that as a Finance Committee topic, because the idea of them not having an update on what the payouts are looking like for them, I think is in view, especially in view of what's happened to land appreciation. We really need to have that in front of the public.
I would actually counter and say I think it should be at the council level, not at the Finance Committee level, because I think it's going to get greater visibility if it's here. I invite people to the Finance Committee meeting, but they're less likely to attend. So
well done. Yeah.
If that is a request, and again, I would defer to leadership probably to work with the Downs to figure out when and
Get
if.
upstairs. One final thing on, since you're asking for suggestions on finance tasks, can we look at the schedules that we use for vehicle replacements?
I can add that to our running agenda list of things that we can try and figure out how we get it on there.
Thanks very much.
And then I just have one other thing that I don't want to lose sight of is I'd like to do a kind of a health check on our goals in July being, hey, we're past the 6-month point. How are we doing in our goal, in achievement of the goals that we set earlier in the year? Knowing full well that there are plenty balls still in the air. But I think it would also be helpful to remind the public what it is we set for goals at the start of the year, what we're really doing, what we have done, what we can do, and what should we be doing? I mean, I'd hate to see us take our eye off the prize. So I think a little reset button on getting back to that doesn't hurt. Councilor Anderson, I know, started that tradition at least last year. It's a good move. So I'm going to copy it. That's all I have for standing and special committee reports. Tom, you look like
Well, I was just going to say, as I look at the final item on your agenda, we asked for an opportunity to address you in executive session. We're prepared to do that, but we certainly appreciate the late hour and the deep conversation you've had to date. So I offer up that's an opportunity that if it's too late this evening, we'll find another way to convey that information to you. But we're pleased to have it.
Question for you, Tom. Is that something that we could bring directly to the council and the public, or is it going to prejudice us in terms of our discussions? This is something that's kind of.
No contracts have been finalized, so I think it's still very much something we need to keep behind closed doors. So, but we're sensitive to the fact that the council's interested in the results, and we want to give you a status report. The good news is there's no action immediately in front of you, but it's imminent. We'll bring these contracts forward as we have them in place, and we're getting very close.
As long as we have the opportunity to deliberate on this, privately, or go through the information before we have to take official action as a council, I'm open to process and timing. I defer to our chief negotiator on that topic.
Liam, if it was held on the July meeting date, what does that do for timelines for, do you see any harm in holding the executive session on the July meeting?
I don't. To the manager's point, we don't have anything before you. Our aspiration is to have something before the council for action on July 17th. As you know, the contracts all expire at the end of this month. There's a status quo standard will continue through until successor agreements are ratified. I did provide some confidential materials a few hours before your meeting this evening. I apologize for the late, but I'm happy to provide some additional materials offline between now and then, connect with counselors one-on-one. I think, ratifying those agreements only requires a single action of council, but we appreciate the magnitude of what the ask is and what the, the fiscal impact is of these agreements. So certainly some discussion, I think, is warranted.
I still have energy, so I would be supportive of going and at least getting information, maybe limiting our conversation and just hearing from Liam what he sent us and at least understanding it better.
Yeah, I'm still awake right now.
Yeah.
For the moment.
Are you drooling yet?
However, I would say the only hesitation I would have is we are down 2 counselors this evening.
And also, they happen to be the 2 missing members of the Appointments and Negotiations Committee, so that is a factor.
That would be my only hesitation to carry on without them available to us.
How long,
But I mean, as Liam offered, I'm
As
sure.
members of the AMC, they've actually had some insight, right along, so they're not at a huge deficit. So we're very pleased. I just wanted to give you that out if you wish to take it.
Yeah, procedurally, we probably should have had a motion and then some discussion, right?
as long as, Nick, as long as we're off the rails here, can I ask a question?
We're in council comments at this stage.
Yeah.
Awesome. So executive session means we can go behind closed doors, and so which we can do kind of any time, right?
Only
Is there any?
only for a qualified reason.
Yes, but what I'm suggesting is that if we vote to do this, to go into executive session, then we could say, we will go into executive session at a time to be announced, like breakfast some morning, and we could sit around when we're all awake, dedicate 1 hour to this and get it done. You can't do that, no?
No, and procedurally, you really can't.
You can't do that. That would be like too businessy.
Well, you could, but you need to convene a public meeting and then have a motion to go into executive session. So
Oh.
there's a way to do it, but.
I understand. Okay, sorry, lost my head.
So, I mean, I guess the ask would be for Liam to hopefully have some one-on-one discussions with April and Karen, offline. That way they're working off the same amount of information as we are.
And they, again, the manager's point, they have been along for the 2 updates to date, and I did connect with Councilor Shoup. She expressed some doubt as to whether she could attend the executive session. I committed to having that discussion. So I think it's really the benefit of the balance of the council, and there'll be further discussions. But in executive session, you can be as candid as you'd like with me and tell me to stop talking, and we can adjourn the executive session at any time.
Okay. So with that though, any councilor comments before we actually make a motion on that? Yes, Councilor Catarina.
Yeah, just very quickly, I want to thank the people of Scarborough for giving me I was very pleased with the vote. When I ran for the District 1 County Commissioner position, I did win the Democratic primary for that. I am unopposed in November, so stay tuned. Regretfully, I am going to have to give up my seat here on the council, which makes me sad, but I'm excited for a new opportunity. But stay tuned because I plan to be here for a while still. So no, none of this lame duck stuff. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'll cancel the Amazon order for your stuffed ducky. Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, no, I just want to wish the Scarborough 11U All-Stars good luck as they continue their journey and All-Stars. My son's on that team. I'm hoping that they get to states, that they win states, and we can do what we did last year with the 11U team last year and have them come and celebrate. It's stuff like this that really, again, we get stuck in some pretty crazy stuff at the council level. But when I really just take a step back and think about things like that in our community and see all of the kids, all of the families, all of the grandparents together having a good time at a great facility where you have to drive by the marsh and see the beauty of the marsh, like we're all just so blessed to live in this community despite some of the challenges that we have to deal with. And even when I'm there and, talking to people, unfortunately, a lot of people are still quite oblivious to some of the things that are happening at the town level when I'm telling them I gotta go because I have to deal with marijuana, and they're like, we have marijuana in Scarborough. So again, it's just sometimes a good reminder, because I know sometimes we get in this bubble here and we have a lot of challenges that we're dealing with, and I'm so proud to be with this body, but man, we're lucky. So I just wanted to share that.
Councilor Anderson? Other councilor comments for the evening before we take up our next item? No? Okay. Order number 24055, act on the request for an executive session pursuant to MRSA Title I, subsection 405(6)D regarding labor negotiations between the town of Scarborough and the Scarborough Police Benevolent Association, Scarborough Professional Dispatchers Unit of Scarborough Firefighter Association, IAFF, number 3894, the Scarborough Professional Firefighter Association, IAFF Local 3894, and the Public Works Teamsters Union Local number 340. No public comment on this, Tony? Is there? No?
No.
Somebody could yell at you for going into public session or executive session when you shouldn't, right? I suppose. Is there any public comment this evening on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? So it's unanimous. Thank you all. We will be going into executive session. We will adjourn after our executive session. So if you're going to stay with us, you'll be looking at a blank screen for a considerable amount of time. So I'd advise you to enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.